Rest assured, you will go home equipped to lead our division and areas effectively. Present on this call, we have our district leaders, we have division leaders, area directors. Our Madam Kikudi is on this call. Our past leaders are on this call. We appreciate you and we welcome you to this training. I will have our PQD come through to give us the opening remarks. How best do I describe our PQD? All smiles, all beautiful, intelligent. She works out for excellence. Excellence is her watchword. Everything she touches to do, she just has that touch of excellence on it. And you can see in today's training, the planning, the execution shows that she knows where she's going and she's leading us right. Ma, please, you have the floor to give us the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you most kindly, my chair, education and training. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters, can we celebrate this beautiful, distinguished Toastmaster? She has been doing most of the work. Thank you. We appreciate you, distinguished Toastmaster Nduke Usoro. All right, so I have my district director on this call, distinguished Toastmaster Nicole Bokbe. Are you still here, ma'am? Okay, it seems she has dropped off, but she will be in the French room very soon.
She's online. She's online. She's unmuted herself.
Okay. Okay, my leader. There. Oh, my leader. I just want you to greet our people, just to greet them before we move to the other room. Yes.
Thank you, my PQD, my radiant PQD.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're division and area director.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome to you for the first training.
Thank you, ma'am.
I ask you one question. Have you the momentum this morning? If you have your momentum, show me you have your momentum. And yes, emoticon, emoji. If you have a momentum this morning, show your emoji. The lone thing I asked to you this morning. If you have your momentum, I have my momentum, and the momentum starts stronger.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's my a long thing I ask to you. Stay in this. Really feel your momentum and work hard. Yes, until the end. Yes, and good training. Don't forget your momentum is important.
Thank you so much, dear district director.
Okay.
Momentum.
Good training.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I mean, it's encouraging to see that you joined us, to be here with us, to encourage us. We really appreciate your time in joining us. Okay. Our division and area directors, our leaders on the call, it is my pleasure as your program quality director to welcome you all to the first DADT, this division and area directors training for the 2026-2027 mandate. I'd like to first of all say a very big thank you to our facilitators that have agreed to come on here on a Saturday. We know you are very busy, you have every other thing to do, yet you decided to give back, to contribute to the growth of our leaders. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Now, to our division and area directors. First, let me say congratulations. Congratulations and welcome to your year of impact. Like I said to the trainers, it's the same thing. You came into Toastmasters probably to build your self-confidence, to learn how to speak in public, but here you are trying to support others in this journey. So I say thank you. Now, it's important to know that this training is more than a requirement. It's not just to tick the box to say, oh, I have attended the training. This is an opportunity for you to learn, for you to become better, for you to connect with other people. So I want to encourage you, please be present here. This training happens only twice in a year, in the whole year. So while you're here, please be here. The success of your mandate starts from here. I have seen some area directors, division directors struggling over the years. And the challenge is that they didn't pay attention. They didn't know what to do. When the training was going on, some did not attend. Some attended, but they just on their device and they leave the room. That way, you will not learn. So today, we have taken our time to bring you facilitators that have walked through the journey. Every facilitator here knows what they're doing. So please pay attention, listen, because we will be interacting with you as we go on. Very shortly, we are going to have the French link so that our French participants will go to a separate training room because we want the training to be very effective. So they will join that room. We'll have our French facilitators in that room. But we wanted to come together at the beginning to tell you that I celebrate you, I appreciate you, and I say, please stay back, connect, learn, build yourself, and take what you have learned to your areas, to your divisions, and let us make this mandate one of the best that this district has ever had. Remember, Madam Didi's team for the year, strategic planning, timely success. That is what we want to achieve in this mandate, starting from 100% attendance of the division and area directors. If your division does not have 100%, too bad. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup à tous. It's back to you.
Thank you, my delectable PQD, DTM Stella George. Something stood out for me. You said, success of your mandate starts with this training. I agree with you. This is the best point to start. So to our division and area directors, you're already succeeding by being part of this training. A link, like Madam PQD mentioned, will be provided almost immediately, and our French participants will join that link to move them to the French class. For every participant, please look out for feedback forms at the end of each session. That feedback is important to us, so we can help you and serve you better. And then it is the form of attendance for every module you attend today. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to a great session of learning. I know personally there are great things I would take out from this training. How about you? Please give me a thumbs up if you believe that you will take out something great from this training today. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. DTM Madugu, please drop the link for us so we can get started. Thank you. Done. Please, our French participants, please click on the link and it just takes you straight to your class and you are going to have a fantastic session over there. Thank you. Well, our French participants are leaving the chat room for the Zoom room for their own session. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm not sure I did introduce myself. A lot of us already know me. My name is Nduke Usoro. I will serve as your moderator for this session, but I'm not going to do that alone. I have my sister along with me, Toastmaster Grace Peter. She will work with me and we will deliver excellence. If you have any concerns and you want to chat us privately, please feel free to chat us. And if you want to drop a chat in the room, feel free and we will do that. Right. We're going straight to the first part of today's session, the first module. Toastmaster Grace, are you able to share?
Valerie, you're still here. You're supposed to be in the French room. I think he should drop the chat again. He should drop the link again. Yes.
Okay, please go ahead and drop the link.
Again.
Again. Thank you. Does anyone, we all know the mission of District 130. Is anyone available to say it to all of us? Who would like to go? Share the mission of District 130. Mind you, we have facilitators, we don't have trainers, meaning that they will be working one-on-one. We would share our own thoughts. One person will not have the space all the way. So who would love to tell us the mission of District 130?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry, before that, I think there are some French participants that are here. If you can call their names specifically so that they can go to their rooms, please.
Okay. Unfortunately, I might not know them by name.
Hello, I'm a French participant, but I can't see where to connect to the French room.
You can't see the link?
Yes.
Okay. I will paste it again. It's been pasted. I'll just copy and paste it again. All right.
Yeah, get it.
Seen the link now?
Yes.
Toastmaster Yvette, would you be attending the English version? Okay, Ditem Madugu, please go ahead.
Thank you. À tous ceux qui sont là, qui parlent le français, pour tous ceux qui parlent le français, merci de cliquer sur le lien qu'on vient de partager dans le chat pour rejoindre la salle francophone. Cette salle-là, à partir de maintenant, et la formation se fera exclusivement en anglais. Donc, si vous êtes là et que vous parlez le français, cliquez sur le lien qui vient d'être partagé pour que vous soyez dans la salle francophone. Thank you, Nduke.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I believe that makes it easy for us. Just before he came up, I asked for the district mission. Who wants to go? In case we don't have anyone going. Bonjour.
Allô, bonjour. Oui, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que je dois quitter ce lien-là parce que j'ai la traduction en français. Je dois quitter ce lien pour aller me reconnecter dans un autre lien ou quoi?
Oui, c'est ce qu'on a dit.
Donc, je suis en français, là, c'est bon, parce que j'ai demandé la traduction en français, c'est ça que j'ai.
OK, le temps de traduction, en fait, est fini.
Oui.
C'est juste pour l'introduction. L'introduction étant finie, la formation va commencer. On aura 2 salles différentes. Donc, vous
Avec quel
cliquez.
lien? Parce que là, moi, je ne vois pas de lien. C'est ce lien-là seulement que j'ai.
Je viens de renvoyer le lien encore. Je viens de repartager le lien. Est-ce que vous le voyez?
D'accord. D'accord, OK.
OK.
Oui, je viens de voir ça. Je vais cliquer. Merci.
Voilà, cliquez dessus et puis vous allez être dans la salle francophone. Merci. Thank you, Nduke.
We have Marcelo from Division A is still here. Marcelo, can you join the French room so that you can get the best of this?
Okay, I don't have the link. Good morning.
Okay, I will reshare the link.
Thank you so much.
Right away, yes.
Yes, even the Division F, Hamidou Diallo, the division director is still here. So 2 minutes, we'll start.
That's okay. Okay, while we're waiting for them to leave, I'd like to inform the participants that we have 5 modules today. Each module would last for 60 minutes. 45 minutes would be the facilitation session, while 15 minutes would be provided for questions, answers, and further engagement as it concerns that module. We would have a digital timer for every session. However, our timer, Toastmaster Grace, will support us by sharing the timer's card where we need to share the cards. All right, we would start the first module already. Toastmaster Grace, can you share the bio of the facilitator? While she's sharing the bio of the facilitator, I asked a question. Unfortunately, I didn't get support there. I asked if anyone would like to share the mission of District 130 with us. So let me go ahead. Oh, no, this is just Mr. Grace.
Minduke, can I respond to your question?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, the mission of District 130 is to build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. We got that perfect. Thank you so much. Build new clubs and support the existing ones. So that takes me to the part that we start this training, preparing ourselves to build new clubs and support existing clubs. Who is the best man for this job? This first session, the first module for this session would be taken by someone we all know, someone we've worked closely with in the last mandate. He will be taking us on the topic, establish and support new clubs. This person was expected to work with these areas to create clubs. He didn't just create one club. He created 6 clubs. He wanted to create 10, but we told him it's June 30, start going. Let the person taking over from you continue. I feel he's the best person to take this particular module, and he will come share just not knowledge. He will share his experience. He will show us how we will get it done. And who is this person? DTM Abubakar Gimba. He is the immediate past division director of Division D. He led 31 clubs and championed leadership development, membership experience, recognition, and club excellence. Professionally, he's a PMP certified associate director in a passive telecommunications infrastructure company. An avid reader and mentor, Abubakar is passionate about building stronger leaders, stronger teams, and stronger communities through purposeful leadership and meaningful influence. Dear leaders, division directors, area directors, this is your go-to man any day. He will be taking us on the model, establish and support new clubs. This is the heart of the division, and we will listen attentively, take the best of the knowledge, and run with it. Please help me bring out your best emoji as I yield the reins to DTM Abubakar Gimba.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the warmth of your introduction. Thank you. Good morning, fellow Toastmasters. I don't think there will be a guest in this room. I want to also believe majority of the people on this call are leaders, our division directors, area directors, and the division team. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to begin by acknowledging our program quality director, distinguished Toastmaster Stella George, and her team. This particular session led by distinguished Toastmaster Anduke Usoro, the chair of education and training. I want to confess that it has been a wonderful experience from the time that we started engaging till now. I think this is going to be a very fun year for trainings and quality, especially under the leadership of our program quality director. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our district director. She was here briefly. I think she's in the French room now. Thank you so much for setting up this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to grow and to learn. You know, a lot of times when we think of, okay, let's do something. First of all, I want us to, in fact, this is a very short exercise before we go to the session itself, because I wanted us to sort of get an alignment of what it is that we are going to do today before I share my slides. And the first thing is I want all of us for the next, I have my timer here, for the next 10 seconds, I want us to close our eyes. I want us to close our eyes, and I'll ask you just 3 questions. While your eyes are closed, very important to close your eyes because I don't want us to be thinking of something and drifting our eyes elsewhere. And in the next 10 seconds, I want us to close our eyes. And I would ask you, let me also close now so that nobody's saying, you're saying we should close our eyes and yours are open. Who is the person that introduced you to Toastmasters? Who is that person? The very first time you heard about Toastmasters, where did you hear it from? And another question is, who is it that pushed you to attend your first Toastmasters meeting? A lot of us heard about Toastmasters, but we just thought that they toasted women or bread, and we thought, not for me. So who is it that pushed you to attend? Who is it that saw that you could be more than you currently were? So as we think about that, now we can open our eyes, and we can come back to the session, and just think about that person. Don't forget that person because we'll reference it back. Please, just anybody should confirm if they can see my screen. I'm unable to, okay, host is not allowing us to share screens. Maybe if I could just be made a co-host or something, I would appreciate that.
Please go ahead.
Amazing. Thank you so much, our super Zoom master. So please, I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if it's visible. Oh, okay. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Now, you see that person that you just thought of, the person that brought Toastmasters to your life, today's session is going to be about you being that person for someone else. In the next year or 2 or 5 or 10 or 20 or 50, if somebody is asked this same question, I want you to be the person they think of, right? And that's what this session is all about. So we are going beyond club creation. We are going to see why we are even creating clubs in the first place. What's the objective? Why can't I just do my leadership thing in peace and go? Why is the CGD disturbing me to create a club? Why is the metric asking me to make sure I create a club? We would, go through all that in the course of the session. Now, quickly, this is the session agenda. I don't want to spend too much time here. And this is the objective of the session. But what I'm most interested in is the Toastmasters mission. The Toastmasters mission is that we empower individuals to become more effective communicators as well as leaders. That is the objective of Toastmasters. So Toastmasters exists to empower individuals to become more effective and leaders. Simple. Notice something interesting here. The mission is we empower individuals. It didn't say clubs or areas, divisions, district, or even region. It said we empower individuals. So individuals are the objective. The clubs are the fuel, the vehicle, the means to get there. The areas and the districts are the drivers or the wheeling system. But the objective of Toastmasters is the member. I am not going to go through the inverted pyramid. I think it will be taken by one of the facilitators. But just so you know, the most important element in Toastmasters is you, the individual. So the club exists for you, right? So if we have that alignment that the individual is the most important aspect and the club is the most important vehicle, why does the district exist? Distinguished Mr. Sodiq Mansuru responded in the earlier when he said, the mission of the district is to create new clubs and to support all clubs in achieving excellence. That's it. That's why the district exists. All this, the district team, the trio, the senior cabinet, the support team, everything that they're doing, along with the division directors and the area directors, is simply to create new clubs and to support all clubs in achieving excellence. It's really simple when you think about it. But how do we get there? And something I noticed over the years, quite a number of us in the leadership team usually focus a lot on supporting all clubs in achieving excellence. It's easy for us to say, oh, we don't want to lose any club. Oh, we want this number of distinguished clubs. Oh, we want this number of successful clubs. A lot of times we don't pay attention to building new clubs, and it's like half of the objective of the district. If today, that person that introduced you to Toastmasters wasn't a part of a club, or probably the club building strategy did not reach that person, there's a likelihood that you wouldn't be a Toastmaster today. In fact, let's do something on the chat box quickly. I want this to be a little bit engaging and interactive. So please forgive me. I'm going to be one of those facilitators that will be disturbing you to write something. So on the chat box, it's very simple. One sentence, just one sentence is enough. What does Toastmasters mean to you? Toastmasters, what does it mean to you? Just one sentence. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what we're thinking of, what's on our minds when we think of Toastmasters. For me, life-changing. Life-changing. So let me see a couple of responses on the chat box before we proceed. If it weren't for Toastmasters, I wouldn't be where I am today. So in a way, you could say that I owe most of what I have to Toastmasters. Let's see about you. Transformation, okay, this one's Elizabeth. Empowering, oh, wow, that's beautiful. Transformational, yes, a way of life. Space where I feel comfortable exploring ideas and building healthy and transferable skills. That's correct, Toastmaster Charles. So you see, Toastmasters, for us, it means everything. Personal development, mindset development. a lot of us in Toastmasters probably wouldn't achieve the level of energy or confidence or success that we are achieving now if it weren't for Toastmasters. I tell you, back about maybe 6 years ago, I was promoted twice in 1 year just because I was able to speak clearly. It was, they called me, they said, okay, we want to make you a senior manager because you're one of those people that every team wants to have you on there. Everybody wants to have you on their team because of the way you communicate. And that was as a result of Toastmasters. I learned to speak clearly in Toastmasters. I wasn't always like this before, right? So that benefit that we're engaged, that we are benefiting from, let's spread it out. Let's make sure that other people also get that benefit. Dieter Mkayede would always say, Toastmasters is the best kept secret. Why is something so transformational? Something so life-changing? It has literally changed your life. Yet, you're not expanding it. You're not sharing it. If it weren't done for you, you wouldn't be where you are. So why not do it for someone else? Now let's move on. This is where the district comes in, to create new clubs and to sustain excellence in existing clubs. Why, in addition to, so why is it that when we think of club creation, we think it's a humongous task? In fact, another exercise, quickly, in a word, just one word, or it could be a short sentence. Why do we think that club creation is difficult? Let's hear what we think. Why is it that when we talk of club creation, a lot of us are, oh, no, let me even start with my clubs first now. We are talking about a new club. Let me even finish with the ones that I have, and you're talking about a new club. Why do we think it's difficult? What's so difficult? What's the most tasking aspect of a club creation in your experience? Tell me, I want to see it on the chat. When you hear club creation, what is that one limiting belief, that limitation that makes you think, oh, no, this is not for me. This one is for the experts. What is that? Let's see it. I'm curious. Maybe one or two responses before we proceed. Rent. Okay, I want to believe that refers to the rent of physical venue or space. Okay, that's a good one. Time. It takes time to create a new club. I absolutely agree with you, my Didi. One more. Rent, time. Okay. Getting people to commit. Okay, that's amazing. That's an amazing response. It's how the narrative of a club creation is sold. Okay, beautiful. Venue, getting members ready to commit by Tososa Ikrama. The stress of persuading people. Thank you so much. I believe these are wonderful responses. Yes, these are the realities that we face. I tell you what, this mandate, the previous mandate, we created 6 clubs. We wanted to create 10. The club, out of the 6 clubs, the one that I am most proud of, out of all the 6 of them, the one that, when I think about it, it makes me so happy, is the Benin Toastmasters Club. Benin Toastmasters Club, the idea started in 2014, 12 years ago, that club creation project started. The president, Toastmaster Bugi, would travel from Benin to Lagos twice a month to attend a Toastmasters meeting in Lighthouse Toastmasters. For 2 years, he flew to Lagos just to attend a Toastmasters meeting. And so they started conceiving that idea to create a club in Benin. Now, when we started, for the past 6 years, I've been part of the club creation project, but it kept failing because it was so difficult to get people to commit. It was stressful to get a venue, just like somebody said here. But what we did was, when we started, we said, you know what? Let's change approach. Let's forget about the district or the TI or whatever. Let's forget about everything. The people of Benin are aware of Toastmasters to a large extent. The only thing is for them to commit. So we said, okay, let's not do any demo meeting. Let's not even do any sensitization. The people that are aware of Toastmasters, it's time to communicate to them that, you know what, unfailingly, this club is starting. We are going to make history. And this is a chance for you to be a part of that history. Because if you are a charter member, you have made history, you'll be a member on the leaderboard of the club from now till the end of time. The club is going to be created. This one is an affirmation that we made. But if you're not part of the charter members, you will not be part of history. So we had to recruit 20 members. We wanted to recruit 17, but when we built so much momentum, we said, okay, let's hold on. Let's even see if we can get 3 more people to join. And then we got 20 paid members. No demo meeting, no club building cycle, none of those procedures. And that's how we created the club. We went there with the charter ceremony, we celebrated with them, and the club is doing well so far. So despite the challenges, how is it that we were able to make it happen? I will tell you one thing, because we worked backwards. We worked backwards. The objective was to start a club there. That's what we started. The challenges are always going to be there. The difficulties are always going to be there. They're not going anywhere. But we wanted to make sure that no matter what, that club is created. The venue, we got a discounted venue. The commitment, we got 20 committed members. The club meeting structure itself, we were lucky enough to have a mentor. You know, the person I told you that has been going there to Lagos to attend club meetings, he is one of the club mentors now. So we have created that space where, despite the challenges, we are able to create that club. Now, the club creation is not the objective. It's just, think of it as graduation. We've graduated. Now it's time to actually start doing the work, because the club must survive. I want to celebrate 10 years of Benin, 20 years of Benin, 50 years of Benin. And that's the mindset we need to have. It's not about creating a club. It's about making sure the club lives and thrives. The club should survive and thrive. So now, despite the difficulties, I want us to have it at the back of our minds. It has been done before. It's not going to change. Every single club has a difficulty. How do you navigate that difficulty? What are the benefits of creating new clubs? Membership benefits to Toastmasters. Sorry, Toastmasters benefits to more people. New clubs create improved communication and leadership experiences. Division and area directors have support build clubs. Now, we understand the need to build a club and the objectives, surrounding club build. But who exactly builds it? Who are the people that are building clubs? Who are the people that we refer to? When we want to create a club, who do we go to? Right? And for me, apologies, I think there's a problem here. There's a mix-up in that slide. Yes. So this is the correct. Yes, this is the correct slide. For me, all Toastmasters expand the network. So every single Toastmaster is a builder. It's not about the ADs or the DDs or the district director or the club board director or the committee members. Every single Toastmaster is there to expand the network. Division and area directors serve as liaisons between the districts and the clubs. We are expected to work with the mentors. You see those 6 clubs we created, every single one of them had a unique strategy. But one thing I ensured was that there was one person responsible for the club creation project itself. It could be the AD, it could be the AD team, it could be, in fact, one of the clubs we created, it wasn't even the area director, it was the area CGD that was the lead club creator. So for every club, I like to have one SPOC. I call them a SPOC, a single point of contact, or the club coordinator, if you like, or the club sponsor, whatever we call them. That one person is somebody who I'll hold responsible for that club creation. They tell me everything that they need. We work with the AD and the team to make sure that club comes to life. But that one person is the key responsibility for that club. So there has to be one person. Work with the area director, whoever you want to work with, but align that club and assign it to one person and make sure that one person gets the support the 100% support needed to make that happen. And then, of course, the division directors and the ADs fulfill duties that support club building. There's a game I want us to play, a very short game. It's the Club Builders Accessibilities game. I wanted to hide the answers from the script so that we don't see it, but I think quite a number of us are experienced enough. So I'll go ahead and share the game. But in the end, I want to create a distinction between these different roles. So let's go. The club mentors are there to guide the club from the first 6 to 12 months. They ensure that the club officers understand the duties and how to perform them. They familiarize the Toastmasters with the different club programs. That's it. The mentor is somebody, so think of a mentor as somebody who mentors a club. Make sure that, they know what to do, they're thriving, they help them set up a culture, let them know how to put together agendas, some templates and all that. Just engrave that within the club. And please, I want us to move away from that mindset of, oh, I was a club mentor for 6 months. That's it. I think it's a little bit fruitless if you ask me. If I was a club mentor for 6 months and that's when my mentorship assignment ends, I'd see myself as a club mentor for life. I would always be a club mentor to that club. Why stop at 6 months? Make it 12 months. Maybe make it 2 months, make it 2 years rather. You don't have to end the mentorship assignment. You could still be a mentor of the club even after the club is started, even after the 6 months. It's one of the club creations we worked on, Calabar Toastmasters Club. Something happened when we did the demo meeting. It happened under the leadership of distinguished Mr. Kaide Yusuf. In the meeting, he said, oh, when I received the invite for this demo meeting, I stopped everything that I was doing because I had to be here. And the reason why I needed to be here was because this club was chartered under my leadership. And so I felt emotionally connected to the club. Do you know what that means? It means every time that club needs support from distinguished Mr. Kaide Yusuf, he will be there. So let's have that, let's imbibe that mindset, that culture of moving beyond the official assignments to, making it more emotionally connected. All the 6 clubs we created, I'm not going to leave them. Even yesterday, we had to solve a problem for one of the new clubs. I'm no longer division director, but I work with the team to make sure that we resolve their problems. We make sure they get what they need. It's something that we need to move beyond. What about club sponsors? What exactly is the difference between club sponsor and club mentor? Club sponsors serve as contacts for demo meetings. They generate interest and recruit members. They generate leads, create spaces to hold meetings. They submit charter paperwork and they plan presentations. The club sponsors, to a large extent, end up becoming the club coordinators because they're the ones who do the work, the charter work, mostly before the club is created. They bring the club to life from the beginning till when the mentors take over, but that's the major distinction between the club sponsors. The club sponsors are there to sponsor the club. They could usually even make payment for the charter fee. Who knows? It depends. If it's a community club, for example, the club sponsors are expected to probably maybe sponsor the club with funds. If it's a corporate club, however, is a different case. Another short story. One of the clubs we created is a corporate club. When we send them the invoice, they now send us the payment for the charter fee, the $125. So what that meant was we now had the payment for the charter fee. We had our 2 club mentors. We didn't have sponsors. We now said, you know what, let's even do something unconventional. We reached out to a couple of people to serve as sponsors, but we told them, you know what, you haven't done anything, right? So officially, you're going to be club sponsor, but unofficially, we want you to serve as club mentors. So we gave them the job description of the club mentors, and we broke it down for them. So we ended up with 4 club mentors, right? And the club is doing, in fact, the club was select distinguished. The club chartered last mandate was select distinguished before the end of the mandate because it has 4 club mentors. So we need to be able to, even though we are creating those distinctions, we need to be able to make sure that responsibilities are aligned with the clubs. The objective for the club after charter is to survive and thrive. And we have to do whatever it takes to get there. Club sponsors, let them play their part. Club mentors, there's no reason why a club sponsor would abandon a club because he has done his work. The club is done now. I don't need to do anything. No. Who said that? The moment you are a club builder, you have formed part of the legacy of that club. It doesn't matter which capacity. Our great, the great distinguished Mr. Stella George, last mandate, she created something called Super Connector. Because she realized that there are so many people that, you know, work behind the scenes to charter a club, but they are not even celebrated. They are neither club mentors nor club sponsors, and they are not carried along. So nobody knows. Unless we tell the story of the club and mention their names, nobody knows they did anything to the club. So she set up that bit, she created that super connector bit, and it's something that was transformational last mandate. A lot of people were actually super connectors, and they were happy to be celebrated. In fact, one of our mentors, one of our club's super connectors, was elated when they discovered that, you know, they were being awarded at the end of the mandate. Oh, I was going to be awarded. I didn't know. I thought that I'm not a club mentor, a club sponsor. Well, distinguished Mr. Stella has solved that problem for us, right? So you are a club builder. Now, let me quickly move on to the club growth director. Of course, the club growth director of the district recruits, trains, and supervises club building teams, receives leads from the DD and the world headquarters, assists with prospective visits, help demo meetings, and attend demo meetings, as the case may be. So the club growth director is the overall champion of club creation projects. Every other challenge, usually that person is quite experienced. Any other challenge, any support required, any guidance, any mentorship required, they're able to solve it or provide it through their team. And that's what the club growth director does. When you think of, so imagine this, you create a club in an area, and the club creation project for the area would support the division in achieving the distinguished status or whatever status the division wants. It also does the same for the district. Now, when you put that conglomerate together of the new club creation projects, it forms the membership, it forms the core and mandate of the club growth director, which is half of the district mission. Remember, the district mission is to create new clubs. In fact, the district mission, let me go back to district mission again. Let's even take a look at district. It didn't say we support all clubs in achieving excellence and we build clubs. No, it started by saying we build new clubs. So if you want to look at this for people that speak English, we build new clubs and support all clubs. If you want to look at the importance or the weight of the clauses, we started with building new clubs first, not even supporting all clubs. Because you could have said support all clubs and then build new clubs. No, it started with building new clubs. So that's what the district is there for. Now, quickly, the district director. What exactly is the function of the district director in all this thing? The DD shares the club leads with the club growth director, confirms alignment of new clubs, and just simply does follow-ups. As a division director, you have three bosses: the district director, the program quality director, and the club growth director. What a unique role. I enjoyed being a division director because I had literally three bosses I can call anytime. So, you know, the leadership aspect of Toastmasters is something that is very clearly defined. I say Toastmasters is one of the most organized organizations in the world. Everything is deliberate. Every single thing. And why is it that the mantra or the mission statement is where leaders are made? Why is it not where communicators are made? If clubs are not created, how is it that people will find Toastmasters? Did you know that in 10, I think 10, 11 years from now, when we were officially a district 94, I think the membership was what, maybe 900 and something? Currently, we have over 14,000 members in District 94 and District 930, District 130. We have over 14,000 active members. If the district did not grow to where we are now, a lot of us wouldn't have found out about Toastmasters. If clubs were not being created, the district wouldn't have grown. We have a high rate of turnover. So if people are leaving clubs and we're aligning new members to new clubs, how can we expand that network if we're not creating clubs? If we're not creating opportunities for transformation? In fact, you know what? Let's do a short exercise. On the chat box, write something for me, just a short statement. What do you think is the difference between management and leadership? What is the difference between a manager and a leader? Something short. Don't think too much about it. Just the first thing that comes to your mind, because this is a never-ending debate. The first thing that comes to your mind, just write it on the chat box. Tell me, what's the difference between a manager and a leader? No wrong answers. Let's see. Where leaders, imagine if Toastmasters was where managers are made. Okay, so my own AD, Tari says, leader thinks about people, managers think about system. Beautiful. Leaders chart the course, managers executes. Amazing. A leader casts vision, a manager handles it today. Beautiful, yes. Dr. Charles says, a leader inspires managers. Beautiful. DT and Paul, leaders build leaders. Now that's something. Leaders build leaders. What's better than leading 10 people? Leading 10 leaders. If leadership is the core of Toastmasters, then building even more leaders is a worthy objective. How do you build more leaders if you don't build more clubs? Now, I want us to move on to the club building cycle. So now we've seen who the people responsible for club building. We've seen the importance of club building, and now we want to see how do we even build a club. This guy is Gimbert keeps talking about club. How do you even build a club? Now you build a club through the club building cycle. Apologies. So I don't want to go through the different, we've already gone through this, the responsibilities for the district director, the club grade director, the club sponsors, and the club mentors. We'll share this slide, everybody would have it. Now, there's one more thing, the club building team supports. So club building, in addition to the ADs and the division directors and the CGD, they are being supported by some committee members and team members, division and area directors. We have the club extension committee, the club retention committee, the club marketing committee under the CGD. These are people that have different roles to support club creation projects. You know, we have lead generations, in fact, this mandate, I think we have a club sponsor committee and the club quality committee, which is made up of the mentors. Then this also team, they facilitate and attend demo meetings for clubs. Now, what exactly is the club building cycle? There are 6 steps in the club building cycle. 6 steps to build a club. The first is to identify leads and prospects. The second is to contact and qualify. The third is to present. The fourth is to address concerns and questions and concerns. The fourth is to actually charter the club. And then the fifth one is to follow up. You see, it didn't end at charter. It said follow up. So it's not just enough to charter the club and go and leave it to the next person to become their mess. No, follow up. Follow up. So let's quickly go through this. I want to give ample time for Q&A. Identify leads and prospects. Leads can come from anywhere: world headquarters, current members, neighbors, co-workers, many spaces, many places. In fact, one of the clubs we created, we were at the end of the meeting, one of our very old members, Femi Adeoti, we said to him, you know what? You've been out of the game for too long. You need to get back in. Remember that joy of creating clubs that you used to do before? He said, yes. We said, hey, let's do it again. Your company now, let's create a club. You have a position that would enable you to make something happen. So let's do it. He said, yeah, let's do it. We followed up with him. This conversation happened in what, January? By the end of March, by the end of April, we created a new club, Root Link Toastmasters Club. That club came as a result of a simple conversation. Simple. Just a simple conversation, it created a club. And that is an example of a lead. There are so many other places that we can look at to create a club. My only reservation is for communities, you have to look at the FDR, the earning potential. You have to look at the ability to be able to sustain a club. There are some communities that will not be able to afford Toastmasters, unfortunately, and that's the blatant truth. There are communities that will not be able to afford Toastmasters. There are communities that can. We did a short survey at the beginning of the mandate last year when we took a look. So what we discovered was there are so many people in Nigeria that are not aware of Toastmasters. It's overwhelming. We had what, less than, in the district, we started with like 7,000 active members. In 12 countries, there are 7,000 active members. There are millions of people in these countries. How come we have only just 7,000? So we now said, okay, let's even look at Nigeria as a case study. We did the analysis, we did the maths. Out of the 230 million Nigerians, there's about 25 million Nigerians out of those people that can comfortably and conveniently pay for Toastmasters, both spread across professionals and entrepreneurs. We did the maths. We had data from NBS. So if we have, in the district, we have 7,000 active members. How many other people are aware of Toastmasters that didn't join or joined and left? From inception 20 years ago, let's even in the past 20 years, how many Toastmasters have been aware of Toastmasters and how many of them have joined and left? It cannot be more than, I don't know, a million, 2 million. Let's even say 5 million Toastmasters. Let's even be generous. Let's say 5 million Toastmasters. Now we're saying there are 25 million Toastmasters that can actually pay for this thing. Let's find them. Now, somebody said difficulty in recruiting members or getting them to commit, then it means they are not the right market for Toastmasters. You have to look for the right people. And it's something that we need to be intentional about. It's easy for you to come to Lagos or Abuja or Port Harcourt or even Maiduguri or Kano or Kaduna or Katsina or Benin or Calabar or Owerri to say, I want to set up a Toastmasters club. Sokoto, for example. Is it everywhere that you are able to set up a Toastmasters club? No. We are not going to be naive enough or impractical to tell you, oh, you can do this everywhere. No. There are some communities that can join or they can plug into Toastmasters. Find them. Venue. There were days when Toastmasters were created, clubs were created about 10, 15 years ago. Venues were free. Even now, even our own venue, the one that we use in Lighthouse Prestige, Lighthouse Toastmasters, is a free venue. We got it from one of the organizations that has been helping us to, partner with us. We get our venue for free. Twice a month, we go there, we meet freely. So let's look at the opportunities to get a free venue. Oh, the free venues are not even affordable. They're not nice. Surely there are nice venues that we can find. If we cannot make them free, we can beat the cost to the lowest, to as low as we can. There are Toastmasters among us who are generous enough to subsidize. I have seen this happen. There's a Toastmaster among us on this call that when we started working as, he was appointed as a club coach, he supported financially for members to actually be a part of this journey. If you're able to support a member, the next time they would think of building this ability themselves to be able to continue. So that's the same thing with clubs. Let's even see if we can subsidize, okay, rent, let's see if we can subsidize. Let's look around, okay, who is it that we can engage to help us make this happen? What else? You see, I want us to start thinking of, in addition, in as much as the problems exist, but I want us to start thinking of how to navigate the problems. And that's the most important asset to have. If you leave this room today, forget everything. But one thing I want you to remember, please don't forget this. There is always a way. The obstacle is the way. That's what Ryan Holiday said in his book. The obstacle, that thing that is blocking you, that is the way. So there would always be a problem. Distinguished Mr. Patrick Oluide. One day he was in Lagos. He said, he asked us, I was working under the club leadership team or something. The one he was asking us, so what are the problems you are facing? Oh, we're so happy. Oh, he wants to hear our problems. We now keep bombarding him with issues. So many issues. Oh, this and that. This Lagos is too difficult to move around. Everybody is stressed. We can only meet weekends. We can never meet on work days. He was listening. He said, okay, go on. He was encouraging us to tell him all our problems. We thought that he was going to solve it for us. He now said, okay, now that you told me your problems, can I tell you something? We said, yes, go ahead. He now said, that's why you exist. And the pin drop silence was loud and quiet. He said, yes, that's why you exist, to solve it. Think outside the box. You exist to solve it. That's why you're there now. So what's the purpose of being an area director, if not to solve problems for your clubs? How are you supposed to create a club if you're not willing or you're not able to navigate those issues, how do I solve them? Now that's where consultation comes in. Talk to your division director, talk to the division team, talk to the district team, talk to the district club growth director. Even the district program quality director, he used to be a club growth director. You can speak to her also. The district director used to be a club growth director. You can speak to her also. Speak, open up. Now, what's next after identifying a lead? Contact and qualify. So this is very important. You have to actually qualify. When you make that contact, you want to be able to qualify, make sure that they can actually create that club and they can sustain the club. That's what this means. I don't want to read the slides. I want you to get the message, the key message. Address questions and concerns. And this is an opportunity for you. When people are asking questions, that's not the time to switch off. That's with the time. Because if somebody is asking a question, it means they are curious. It means they are interested. It means they want to find out more. Answer those questions to the best of your ability. If there's something you don't know, tell them, okay, I'm not sure of this, but please I'll get back to you and actually get back to them. You can even call somebody right there and then, oh, determined, okay, please, this and that, this is the problem, this and that. What do you think? They will tell you what to do. I had a challenge one time when I was trying to assign a couple of coaches. I engaged the club with the club director directly. She told me, oh yeah, this is what you can do. I was like, oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Help is always there. That's why we are a community. So address questions, concerns, especially based on the peculiarity of that particular club that you're trying to create. Charter. What exactly does it mean to charter a club? Build membership up to 20. Submit documents. The documentation is a wonderful experience. I always tell my club, all the club coordinators this mandate, I told them, I want you to be the one to engage TI yourself. So start with the paperwork. Let's review them together. Start sending the emails and put the engagements together. And the joy that comes with, oh, congratulations, the club is chartered, is something that is unmatched. You can't forget it. The very first club that you charter is an unforgettable experience. And I wanted my people to have that experience. So it's a lot of work, but it's something that is doable. I think it's been improved upon now, so it's even easier. So fill the paperwork and submit them. Get 20 paid members. For a new club, you need 17 paid members, and you can only get a maximum of 3 Toastmasters to join the club. So if you're struggling with membership, the moment you get 17 new members, look for 3 Toastmasters that are active. Then they can be dual members for the club, and that's it. Once you get the payment, membership fee payment, one-time membership fee, 6 months due, and then the charter payment from the club sponsors. Put that together and start putting your paperwork together and submit. It takes about 4 or 5 days for everything, if your documents are correct. Otherwise, it takes about a week or 2 if there are errors on your document. But review your documents. That's why the division director is there. If the division director is struggling, that's why the CGD team are there. Reach out. And in fact, even the immediate past division director, the past leaders, that's why they're also there. If you're not comfortable reaching out to somebody, maybe because of the relationship, you can reach out to anybody that can help you. So let's not think of restrictions around maybe putting charter in place. Now, after the charter, what happens? Graduation ceremony. Now it's time to follow up. This one I will say on the slide. Ensure officers understand duties. Maintain membership strength. Explain the Toastmasters educational program and DCP. In the first month or 2, maybe there'll be a hiccup, but in the 3rd month of a club creation, you want to see a club officer open base camp, club central, and do something that you didn't think you were able to do when you first joined. You want club leaders to understand the objective of achieving the distinguished status program, and then the cycle begins. So what's the last thing? Toastmasters didn't stop. They said, review. Review. Now, there's one thing I wanted to drop. This is just one thing I thought to add to this slide just to make it a little bit more personalized. This is my own playbook. So for anybody who has ever wondered, how is it that we created 6 clubs? Or, wow, what did they do? We didn't do any magic. We didn't do anything. Let me tell you what we did. We had a target to create 10 new clubs at the beginning of the mandate. Why 10? Because we thought that would be 10 more opportunities to transform our communities. 10 more opportunities for creating transformation. 10 more opportunities to introduce Toastmasters to a place that it wasn't there before. And the minimum was, we had 6 areas, and the minimum was 1 new club per area, because otherwise the area will never be present distinguished. The area must retain the number of clubs that they have with a net growth of 1 new club. So area directors, I think there's about 17 areas in Nigeria right now, 40 areas in the entire district. If you created 1 new club each without losing a club, and you get 50% of your distinguished clubs, you will be present distinguished. If you don't create a new club, you will not be present distinguished. And that's the message. So that's how we started. We now realize that people join people before they join Toastmasters. There are clubs that were created because of you, as a result of your own connections and your own responsibilities as a Toastmaster. Don't ever sell a club. When you're selling Toastmasters, don't ever say, oh, my club. In fact, corporations don't even know what a club means. They think it's like a Koi club or the Syrian club or Abuja Golf Club. Don't say club. It's a problem you're trying to solve. Oh, leaders are struggling with communication and they're losing a lot of money. We can solve that for you. That's how you communicate. 1 champion is worth more than 1,000 brochures. Is there a community that you're trying to charter? Look for that 1 person that is influential in that community. Over the Toastmasters Club right now, what we're doing is we found 2 people that are very influential, and they're the ones leading the club creation project. Momentum beats perfection. Just start. There's about 3 clubs that we didn't charter because we've done everything, we just didn't get the payment from the corporate environments, but we have built momentum, and it doesn't stop. It will continue. I'm confident that they would come through this mandate. So the charter is just the beginning. We made it a slogan that we must make sure that the clubs that we created survive and then thrive. That's a mandate we made to ourselves. And then lastly, every club creation project is unique to the environment. I told you about Benin. We didn't do a domain meeting. We just chartered the club. There's a Rootlink itself. We did like 2 demo meetings before the club was chartered. So that's to tell you that you really need to be able to look at the club creation, the strength, see how you can make it unique or unified, and then ensure that you get that. So the end game is that you want to charter a club. That's how you start. Then now you track back. Okay, let's come back. How do we make it happen? And that's it. This will be in the slide I will share with you, just so you can take a look. If you want to reference it or anything, you can always do that. And in conclusion, I want to give an opportunity for Q&A. The basic mission of Toastmasters and the district is to create a club. That's it. Of course, supporting all clubs in executing and maintaining excellence, but we need to create a club. DD, CGD, sponsors, mentors, they all have their roles. Notice how everybody is responsible, but in different ways, right? Different aspects. The district establishes committees. The club building cycle has 6 steps. And you, the division directors and the area directors and your team members, you have the opportunity to assist club building efforts. And club leads can come from anywhere. Churches, mosques, prison, government organizations, the Federal Ministry of Works, your own community, resident estates, NYC, universities. Just the moment you start thinking of it like that, you'll be like, oh, wow, there are opportunities. Yes. Shell. We have Toastmasters everywhere. ShopRite, for example, why doesn't ShopRite have a Toastmasters club? All right. So club leads can come from anywhere. And if you really want to, if you really made up your mind to create a club, you will. Just reach out for help if you need it. But if you make up your mind to create a club, I'm not talking to the 80s now, then you will create a club. Thank you very much. I would like to stop here for questions. I want to take as many questions as possible. I want to make it more practical. Thank you. Madam Moderator, back to you. Or should I continue? I can just take the questions already.
Thank you, my leader. I believe this was one of the best equipping sessions for our area directors and division directors. In fact, for me, there's a new perspective I drew for club creation. I've created clubs, but this is bringing a new vibe for me. I believe that our leaders on this call have gotten the basic knowledge and much more to thrive and create as many clubs as they wish to. One thing you said, I would like to reiterate, our area directors, all you need is one club to be, among other goals, to be president distinguished. For your division to be president distinguished, that means all of you must create a club. You can decide to go as much as 10 clubs in your division, but at least one club must come from each area. Thank you so much for this session. And the part that you told us that it's not just for us to create clubs. It's not for us to create clubs. What is that mentorship you provide for the clubs even after the creation? Thank you so much. I won't take your time. You would still hold the reins to come through with your question and answers. After then, I will come back. Thank you. DTM Abubakar Gima, my friend in Toastmasters. Thank you for showing up for me, and thank you for showing up for this great team of leaders. Thank you. The reins is back to you for the question and answers engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my Didi. You know, you'd always be my Didi. All right, so please, let's ask questions. We have 10 minutes. Let's freestyle. What is, that question that has been bugging you? It could be before this session. It could be while this session was ongoing. Thank you so much. Thank you, my PQD. Tell me, ask, what are those questions that you have? If I'm not able to answer the question, I have my PQD here. I have my education chair. I have support. You have help in Toastmasters. There's always help available to you when you need it. So please, let's hear you, because if I don't hear questions, I will ask you. And I'll mention names. There's nothing you can do to me. I'm not the DD anymore. After this, I'm just going to go and hide, and you can't find me. Yes, I see a question. Let's go. Distinguished Toastmaster Ubong. Ian.
All right, thank you very much, my DTM, for the wonderful session you've just enlightened us with. My question is, at what point do you think a club needs to split and create a new one? At what point?
All right, thank you so much. That's a brilliant question. That's a brilliant question. Thank you so much for it. Now, splitting a club usually means that the opportunities are becoming more stringent because there's so many people in the club. The moment you have 40 people in the club, it means that somebody wants to speak and they're unable to speak. Somebody wants to play a role and they're unable to play a role. The reason why Toastmasters Club exists is to create that continuous breeding ground, practical breeding ground for people to be able to speak. If a Toastmaster has to wait 3 months before they deliver a speech, then that means there's a problem. I know clubs where the role playing slot have been taken for the next 3 months. So you want to play a role, you have to wait for 3 months. Now, so Toastmaster said, once you reach 40, you can split the club to 2020. You create a new club, and that benefit of Toastmasters is now available to everybody. So, but it's tricky still. There are clubs that have the numbers, but they may not be ready to be split because it's not as easy as just looking at the numbers. The basic minimum requirement is that the club must reach 40 so that it can split into 2020. But there are also other things to consider, like the leadership of both of the clubs. Do we have ripe people that can take on leadership in the new club? Do we have a distinction between the members of the club that can go into the new club and create form their own identity away from the parent club? There are clubs that have been consistently producing clubs, Emerald Toastmasters Club, Eagle Toastmasters Club. Those clubs keep splitting to create a new club. So there are some clubs. PEC 10, for example, is a club that, even though the numbers are there, it may not be feasible right now to split. Surrey Toastmasters Club, for example, the numbers are there, but again, may not be feasible. So the requirement is 40, but there are still other considerations to ensure that once the split is done, one club is not suffering from a deficit, and both of them can still go ahead and survive as well as thrive. Thank you. I hope I've been able to answer the question.
Very well, sir. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any more? Yes, my AD, Toastmaster Tari. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, DCM Abubakar. Really great session you've had. My question may not necessarily about your topic, but I want to ask, for me, I still find a little bit of confusion around the roles in the district, in the division, and I was wondering if there's an organogram that makes it easier for us. So yes, area director, I know the club's under me, and then what happens with the divisions? What happens upward to the district? Is there any organogram that we can take a good look at and then know who exactly to call for what? I find that missing in our whole structure. I don't know, maybe the question is not for you, but whoever has the answer to that, then please just enlighten me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a brilliant question, my AD. In fact, that's a very brilliant question. I think in the course of this presentation, there probably might be a gap. So let me go back to the slide and show you something. You see this, you see this club builders? Can you see this slide? Is it visible?
Yes, I can. Yes.
All right. So what this means is everybody is a builder. The area director, a division director, the CGD, the PK, all of us, everybody can build a club, can work and support a club creation project. But the primary responsibility, right? The primary responsibility of a club creation project in the district starts with the district director. If you can see here, sharing the lead with the club growth director, and then on to the club growth director to make sure that clubs are created. The club creation projects do come to life, right? The area director or the division director would most likely assign a club coordinator or a club charter president or something to lead that club creation project. Or they could even do it themselves. For example, an area director, you might take the charge of creating a club. Once you do that, you as an AD reports to the division director. The division director reports to the district. So whatever challenge, whatever communication, your official communication challenge is to your division director, right? So if you take responsibility for that club, then the benefit now moves on from you to the area, to the division, as well as the district, as well as those versus the national, right? So the structure is not changing for club creation. It's still the same structure, but we are going to maintain our line of responsibility, making sure that clubs are being created. Then I was also tempted to share the inverted pyramid. I really didn't want to because I know that it's going to be shared in the subsequent sessions, but I didn't get it. So when you look at the inverted pyramid, the membership is at the bottom. The member is at the bottom, which is the most important element of Toastmasters, followed by the club, area, division, district, region, as well as TI. So it's still the same structure that we are following, but we just maintain that connection amongst us. So as far as you're concerned, any club creation project that you have, you take responsibility and take charge of it. You will report to your division director, right? So that's easier. I think that's easier for you to understand. Okay, and then one more thing. Let me quickly also add. The club mentors and the club sponsors are there to make sure that the club comes to life. They are like the support, the life of the club. And most often than not, we discover that the club coordinator ends up becoming the club sponsor. Because when a club is chartered from the beginning, from the lead, remember the lead, all the way to charter, it needs to continue with the mentorship. So sponsors come from the beginning to when the club is chartered, and the mentors take over from where the club is chartered. Right? So those two responsibilities, they're very fixed. Really not much difference there. But other than that, you just report to your division director, and then the division director will take it from there, whatever needs to be done. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Would I say 3/4 part of it, but then the remaining 1/4 would be so there's been a change now. This is a new dispensation. If we could get the names of everyone in every position, it will go a great deal to help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think we've come to the end of the session. Maybe you can take one more question, I believe. Maybe a quick question. And then
okay, so I have a quick question now. So one of the challenges listed was that of venue. What would you say is the best strategy to use to overcome that challenge? so we could create more clubs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So for the challenge of the venue, I'm not going to be oblivious to the fact that really good venues are difficult to find, especially if you're going to get them cheaply or free. I think things have changed now. There's a lot of difficulties in making sure that happens. So usually my own preference is to start with a free venue, a venue that is free to use for you. If it's not possible, a free venue means somebody knows somebody who can give that venue, or somebody owns the venue, right? Or somebody who knows, a Toastmaster who knows somebody is available to make it happen. If it's not possible, then we need to look at a situation where we can get a sponsor, right? A sponsor to be able to take care of the venue. And again, it needs to be subsidized as much as possible. A proper venue that can attract people is not going to be cheap, but it should be subsidized to the very best of your abilities. And then, of course, we get a sponsor to take care of that. If we're not able to get a sponsor to take care of that, clubs are usually charging local club dues. What this means is you could charge a little bit extra, maybe 5,000 extra on the club dues, so that you are able to sustain that venue. There's a club we have in Festac, for example, that pay for 6 months, right? So people come together, pool the money for the venue, it's discounted, and then we pay for 6 months. So that's the idea. The idea is a free venue, not feasible, it's heavily subsidized venue, sponsored, otherwise, now the club members would have to come together and do it. It's easier for 20 people to give 10,000 than one person to give 100,000, right? So that's the idea behind it. So if you look at it that way, you should be able to help with the venue when we're triggering club creation projects. I hope that's clear.
Cool. That's cool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that brings us to the end of the session. I had so much fun. I learned a lot. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Fantastic. Thank you, my friend and immediate past division director. That was loaded and enlightening. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Dear leaders, please do me a favor. Bring out the best emoji you have to express how you feel about the last session you just listened. One of our best. I see that bullet. He fired it. Thank you. We celebrate you, DTM Abubakar Gimba. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. If the district did not grow, so many of us will not learn about Toastmasters. Do you need more people to learn about Toastmasters? Help grow the district by growing new clubs. Thank you. Creating new clubs. Thank you again. And we are so, so excited. We are fired up for the session ahead. Thank you, DTM Gimba. Okay, there's a question in the chat room by Toastmaster Olem. If a suspended club returns to an area, would it count as a new club? DTM Gimba, give me a yes or no answer, and then we will take this up outside this space or in the chat room.
No, it doesn't.
All right.
Unless it's dead, it's fully dead, and then it comes back as a recharted club. It's a suspended club. It doesn't count as a new club. Thank you.
Thank you. Answered.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam PQD, yes, thank you. All right. Dear leaders, this is the first session gone. We have 4 to go. We can do this. We can do this. All right. We have the feedback form. Please do us a favor by responding. I don't think it will take so much of your time. Go ahead and do that as we get ready to start the next session. But just before we start the next session, Toastmasters Leadership Institute of District 130 had a message for our division directors and area directors. I would like to read the message exactly as it was sent to you, so we all digest and take action where necessary. You will allow me go ahead and read that for us. Good morning, division directors and area directors. Over the coming months, you will have a direct impact on the quality of the experience our clubs and members enjoy. As you take on this important responsibility, remember that you are not alone. The Toastmasters Leadership Institute, TLI, is here to support you throughout your leadership journey. Our ambition is simple: to make TLI much more than a training program. We want it to become a continuous learning platform where every member, regardless of their experience, can develop new skills, discover new opportunities, and grow not only in their Toastmasters journey, but also in their professional and personal lives. This year, TLI will offer 2 complementary learning formats. One, our afterworks, held twice a month on the 2nd and 4th Mondays. Please note the dates. Will provide short interactive sessions designed to address the immediate needs of the district, divisions, and clubs. I believe it includes the areas. Second, our master classes, held on the 3rd Thursdays of each month, will offer an in-depth learning on high-value topics that help members succeed both within Toastmasters and beyond, including becoming a consultant, leveraging artificial intelligence, building a strong personal brand through LinkedIn, mastering time management, and many more. However, the success of TLI depends on you, that's the division directors and area directors. So as division directors and area directors, you are our first ambassadors. We count on you to participate actively, encourage your club officers and members to join our programs, and help make TLI a true driver of leadership development across District 130. I am delighted to invite you to our very first after work. That will be the 2nd Monday in the month of July. This inaugural session will give each division director the opportunity to present their vision, priorities, and goals for the year. It will be a great opportunity to share your roadmap with members and officially launch a year of leadership, collaboration, and success. I look forward to seeing you there. And it's signed by the TLI chair, Hassan Hamadu Damari, DTM. I believe the information is clear. The very next after-work session, the very first after-work sessions, division directors will come to speak to all of us. Tell us where you're taking us to, and we would all follow you to go there. Thank you, and I'm sure that would be excellent. Thank you, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start the second session. This session will be handled by someone I hold in high esteem. In fact, this person, from time to time, I just run into her status to get informed, to get educated. When she comes on stage, you will know what I am talking about exactly. Toastmaster Grace, are you able to share her profile? While she's sharing the profile, please remember that the feedback form is your attendance. So kindly sign your attendance for the first session by filling the feedback form that was shared in the chat room. Toastmaster Grace. While I wait for Toastmaster Grace to share the profile of the next facilitator, I'd like to inform you that the topic she will be taking is develop successful teams. And this session will be handled by our very own DTM Sonia Alana. She is a certified etiquette and image consultant and former career diplomat with extensive experience in diplomatic protocol and etiquette. A distinguished Toastmaster, she joined Toastmasters in 2014 and has served twice as area director, program quality director, and division E director, in District 94. She's passionate about training, coaching, and mentoring. She's committed to helping others grow as confident communicators and leaders. She resides in Abuja, Nigeria. If she was to take this outside this space, you will pay so much to listen to her. And the fact that she has served as an area director twice, double star, and as the division director, she is the best person to take on this module for us. So let's give it up for one of our finest, DTM Sonia Lana, as she takes the reins to take us on develop successful teams. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, our very able moderator, DTM Nduke. Thank you kindly and good morning. Let's get the party started. Right. I believe this is it. I hope this is it. Okay. Right. Okay. So we are going to consider, sorry, good morning, everyone. I don't even know what I greeted. Good morning, everyone. We are going to consider this morning how to, we're going to consider how to build successful teams. Now, as leaders, of course, we are team leaders. So what that means is that we have teams to manage. And there was an interesting question from the first speaker when he asked that what's the difference between a leader and a manager? Now that question is something that you should keep in the back of your mind, because as a leader, you're also a manager. So in our session agenda, we have we are going to look at your team members, your team agreement, which is also referred to as the team charter, then team motivation, conflict resolution in a team, and then that's about it. So our objectives for this morning is to recount roles of division and area directors, to identify members of division and area councils and ways councils offer support, describe a team charter and its benefits, build trust and set expectations using team charters, and apply the 5 principles of motivation. We're also going to use conflict resolution techniques, because conflicts will always occur one way or the other. Starting with our ADs, what are the roles and responsibilities? Now, the thing is that when we look at leaders, I'm sure that many of us, or most of us here, we would have been in Toastmasters for some time, and we have observed our area directors, we've observed our leaders, and we just think that we have a fair idea of what it takes. And I remember that one time there was a position that became vacant, and we wanted somebody to take that position as president of a club. And she said, there's no need, that she has closely worked with the president, so she knows all about it. The thing is that by the time she became president, she realized she didn't know all about it. So seeing something from a distance and actually now being in the saddle are two different things. The area director, number one, supports. So what is the support? The general support. You maintain the club contact, the club visits twice a year, and then the quality. It's one thing to have a club, it's another thing to maintain its quality. So we enhance and maintain quality. Then there's the club success plan, and then to achieve distinguished recognition goals. So we know that in any club, there is a goal there's to achieve. And so working to that. Next is the progress. We've established the club, we established the quality, how does it progress? So we report the progress to the division director, the district leaders, and then the AD club visits reports. This is what the area team looks like. So here you have the area director, and I don't know whether we've been having area secretaries. It is advised to have a secretary that keeps tab of what exactly is happening within the area. It actually helps, especially when you're handing over. So you have something to go by. Then, of course, we have the club presidents, the VPEs, the vice president memberships, and you may also have assistant area directors, quality program, and assistant area directors, club growth. So the area director leads the council to support the area goals. The area council assists, area council is assistant to the area directors, area secretary, and club leaders. Then we have the area director chairs the area council. So you are the chair of the council as identified. And the area director may appoint assistant area directors, as I said. So for the division director, what are the division director's roles and responsibilities? When it comes to support, participate in training, supervise, motivate, support area directors. So you are the backbone for the area directors. And you coach and you mentor the area directors. So this is now a very solid leadership role. So you achieve the distinguished recognition goals. So when you come to quality, and then you need to coordinate, conduct division speech contests. So they are under your direct supervision as division directors. And when it comes to progress, you report progress to the district leaders. So what's happening in your division? So that is the clear, what should I say, the channel of communication. So you report to the district leaders and the division council chair. So that way, everybody is abreast on what is happening in your respective divisions. Now, the division team looks like this. You have the division director at the top, the area directors, okay, so we have different area directors, and then you may also have assistant division directors, program quality, and assistant division director, club growth. The division director leads the council to support the division goals. The division council is the area directors and assistant directors. The division director chairs the division council, and the division director may appoint assistant directors as identified. So this is now your team support. And you can see now clearly the division director is at the top. We have the area directors, then possibly the area secretary, if so appointed. Then we have the club presidents, the VPEs, the VPMs, then the assistant area program quality and the assistant director club growth. And the same goes for the area. We may have the assistant division director program, the assistant director program quality and the assistant director club growth. So all this is within the division director's purview. So this is your team, and you head the team and you chair that council. Now, what is in our team agreement? And that's, we might call it the team charter. So a typical team looks like this, and you can now see that there are quite a number of members in that team, and they must all be in place and functioning. So you look at your team composition, the values. What are the established values for your team? The team operating principles, the potential obstacles, and what's the meeting protocol? So we're going to look at this in detail in just a bit. So of course, there will have to be team interactions and behavioral norms, because you would know and from your experience that would have told you that once you have several people in a room like this, there are different personalities, different expectations, different views and visions, and you have to harness them all and bring them all together. So let's look at the team agreement of the composition. What is your team made of? So for an area director, this includes your club presidents, your club vice president education, club mentors, club coaches, and the district support officers. Then for the division director, it includes area directors, division support team, committee members, the district trio, and district leaders when required. A successful team begins with role clarity. So everybody has to actually know what his or her own role entails. And that also leads me to the channel of communication. I touched on it earlier on. I've seen instances where a president would maybe communicate directly with the division director. Now, as a president, the president has an area director. So anything that he or she would like to bring to the attention of the division director should ideally pass through the area director. In the same way, in the same vein, I've seen where area directors have gone straight to the district, even the international level, and engaged former presidents, former international presidents to come and do one thing or the other without the division director being aware. Now that's very wrong. So there are channels of communication, and we should really respect that so that there are no unpleasant surprises, And I remember one division, former division director also told me that he suddenly heard about somebody running for a particular office without it having passed through him. So we should respect the channels of communication, ensure that everybody is carried along, everybody knows what is going on. So when everybody knows their responsibility, duplication and confusion are minimized. So when it comes to the team agreement values, now on the one hand, these are principles that guide every decision and interactions because everything stands on values because that's why we have the Toastmasters, we have the core values. And then, so core values means that those form the core, but it means that those are not the only values. We also have additional values that might be useful. And we're going to look at them just now. Now, the Toastmasters core values, of course, we know integrity, respect, service, and excellence. Now, in addition to this, we may have additional values that might help us. Accountability, trust, professionalism, inclusion, and collaboration. And you are free to add to them, because everybody comes with their personal values as well. So it's not cast in stone. You can, apart from the core values, of course, you can add to the values that might help your team. Skills make us capable, but values make us trustworthy. Now, the next aspect of our team agreement is our operating principles. So examples include, we honor deadlines. Yeah, we prepare before meetings. Like when we talk about honoring deadlines, our area director's reports should be ready and everything. We prepare before meetings. So preparation is key. And it always shows when someone is prepared. Then we communicate promptly. If there's an issue, the worst thing you can do is wait. Oh, I'll attend to it later, maybe next week, or whatever. So communicate promptly, so things can be attended to as they should be. And then we support one another. And that's really important, that we are here, no man is an island. We're here to really support one another, to help one another, give one another the helping hand, because it's for the good of all, for the entire team. And we focus on solutions rather than blame. So again, are we having any issues? What are your challenges? Focus on solution. Don't say, oh, because this person didn't do this, that's why we are here, because that one came. No. What's the solution? So we know the challenge, what's the solution? And then we celebrate team successes. The team has achieved something, we have got some accolades, whatever, let's celebrate together, because that really helps and motivates your team. So the purpose of this is operating principles create consistency. And it's precisely this consistency that have stood the test of time for 100+ years that Toastmasters International has been in existence. So instead of reacting emotionally, everyone follows agreed expectations. Now, I've noticed, well, we all know, especially in Africa and maybe Nigeria in particular, we are emotional people. So we tend to lean towards emotions or give in to emotions. But it's this, or it's my friend, it's my whatever and whatever. But when we have principles, they help us out. We can then go by the principles and then leave our emotions aside, and it makes the whole team more professional. Our next team agreement is the potential obstacles. So every team faces challenges. There is no team at any point in time that you say, from the beginning of the Monday to the end, we didn't have any issues. It's not possible. So we face the team challenges, but now how do we go about them? Or how do we navigate them? Number one is to identify them early. Something is not right, there's a hiccup somewhere. Let's identify it. What is it? What is it exactly? So examples could be poor communication. And I've noticed this, we keep saying that we are communicators, we are speakers and all that, but sometimes communication is not optimal. It's not as it should be. Missed deadlines throws everything out of kilts. Once we've missed a deadline, so there's a ripple effect, there's a knock-on effect, and everything becomes unhinged. So that becomes a problem to get back on track. Busy work schedules. Of course, by the time you get to this point in your Toastmasters journey, you are definitely someone who has, apart from Toastmasters, so many other things that are demanding or that are making demands on your time. So you might be so busy and you might just shove Toastmasters to the back burner. But once you do, it affects your team, right? So low membership participation. Now, when we find that that's a problem, that we have to now address it and say, why are people not participating? What's the root cause of this? Then club conflicts. Yeah, conflicts may arise in different ways, for different reasons. Then leadership burnout. Now, leadership burnout is real. It is said that uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, because so many people make demands on you. You are literally pulled in all directions. And I experienced it, this leadership burnout. And I remember when I was division director, I was even telling someone, I said, look, I'm done with Toastmasters. I'm tired. Because it just felt so much, and I felt overwhelmed. So that can happen when you do not have the right support. But I must say that there is something that I did during my tenure. I appointed a chief of staff. And that chief of staff took the load off me big time. It was really, really helpful and hands-on. And of course, the geographic distance is also an obstacle, especially now when we are facing all kinds of challenges with security, with high costs of transportation. So it's a real challenge. So how do we navigate that? And technology issues. Even here today, somebody had a bad network. You can't come on a call, so you can't participate. It's an issue. Now, we need to discuss the solutions every time an obstacle occurs. For example, what can we do to mitigate late reports? We can set reminders 1 week before the due dates. For poor attendance, we could schedule meetings early and send calendar invitations. For communication gaps, you can use one official WhatsApp group and email summaries. So these are just examples. You can, of course, find your own solutions to whichever obstacle as they occur. Great teams don't avoid problems, they prepare for them. So a good thing is, or a good way of doing this is to anticipate in advance and then be proactive. So for the next team agreement is our meeting protocol. So we need to agree on how meetings will be conducted. So for example, the meeting frequency. Are we meeting bi-weekly? Are we meeting, bi-monthly? Are we meeting once a month for 2 hours, etc.? So we need to just agree on the meeting frequency. And now it's important to start and finish on time. There's no such thing as African time or Nigerian time. Time is time. And once the members know that time is respected, you find that they are even encouraged to attend because it wouldn't drag on, and it would not overshoot into some other commitments that they might have. Circulate the agenda before meetings. That also helps. That's not just on the meeting day that you see the agenda. It would actually be nice to have them. Now we have WhatsApp, so it's easy. So everyone participates. So everybody is part of it. And once people feel that they are valued and they are carried along and that they are important, it also helps. Respect speaking time. So when it's time time is given to speak, please respect the time. And record action items. So what are the action items that have arisen from the meeting? And follow up after the meetings. And that's really key. So after the meeting, we need a prompt follow-up to know that it was effective. So the possible agreements are monthly virtual meetings. So with your team, you might have a monthly virtual meeting just to find out how everybody is doing, how it's going, what the issues may be, etc. Quarterly physical meetings. So maybe once in a quarter, you have a physical meeting, maybe in a slightly informal place, you can just maybe over a cup of tea, and that would help. And then emergency meetings when necessary. Sometimes the unexpected happens and you need to call an emergency meeting. Efficient meetings save time and increase productivity. So our next team agreement is the team interaction and behavioral norms, which is our last agreement. So for example, you listen without interrupting. Respect different opinions. People are bound to have different opinions. People look at things from different perspectives. So each opinion is to be respected. We are leaders, not dictators. So give constructive feedback. And of course, we are best placed to do that as Toastmasters with our CRC method. Address issues privately before escalating. And of course, there are reasons for that, which are quite obvious. Encourage participation from everyone. So everybody has something to say. So please go around the table and let everybody speak. Celebrate achievements, of course, and then assume positive intent. So whatever it is, always look on the positive side, rather than thinking that somebody did that because, and you're thinking of something negative. Maintain confidentiality where appropriate. So these behaviors create psychological safety. People contribute more when they feel respected, quite obviously. So culture is not what we write. It is what we repeatedly do. So you may form your own culture. And I liked what DTM Gimba did when he had his own, he gave us a slide where he had his own, he created his own, I've forgotten what he called it now, the perspective on something. So that's really good. So now team motivation. How do you motivate your team? And I like this picture in particular because here you can see that this was a let's do this moment, let's all wear native and take a picture as a team. So we feel we belong, we're doing something together, and we are all part of something. So this is motivation enough. Let's all wear corporate, let's all wear this, and let's all just go to a studio and take a picture. And this is really lovely. So there are 5 principles of motivation. Number 1 is understanding motivation. What does it mean? What does it mean to motivate someone? Because as a leader, that is one thing you need to do. Then focusing on value, clarifying expectations, and recognizing your team. So understanding motivation, what that means is to ensure that no member, gets to the stage where he feels that he has a leadership burnout. So you motivate them. Sometimes, of course, people have emotions. Sometimes we feel low. Sometimes we feel maybe that we're not doing things well or whatever. And there's a lot of negative self-talk. So you as a leader, it's now your duty to motivate your team. So you focus on the value. You see, the thing is that as a leader, everybody brings value to the table. And when you now articulate that to the person, you can say, oh, XYZ, area director X, I really like what you did when etc. You're focusing on the value. So the person feels that, okay, so all my efforts are being recognized, they're being seen. And then clarify expectations. Oh, by so date, I would like so to happen. Let all the reports come in so we can go over them. So don't just keep it vague so that they'll know that by month end or whenever that certain actions should have been taken. And then recognizing your team. When they're doing well, do something for them, applaud them, showcase them on maybe the general WhatsApp group, and such things really help. And then leading by example, of course. I always say that when a general calls his troops to attention, he has to be at attention first. So in other words, you can't expect something from your team that you're not doing yourself. So you need to be in place and functioning. You must be motivated yourself before you motivate your team. You must show focus, you must add value, you must show clarity, etc. So they will learn from you. So team conflict resolution now. So talk in private. I've seen places where on WhatsApp group, people have been exchanging words, and that is not the right thing to do for leaders. If there's a conflict, try to resolve it in private. Share responsibility and agree to resolve issues. Present viewpoints in an unemotional way. And determine points of agreement and disagreements. And it's okay to disagree, but it doesn't mean that it makes us enemies. And decide how to proceed on disagreements. Okay, so we're disagreeing. So what's the way forward? Right, so that's something. Then summarize discussions in writing and move forward. So we don't keep dwelling on one issue, one conflict, or referring to it over and over and over again. So in conclusion, we have a clear understanding of the roles of division and area directors. So we know what is expected of each of these roles. So we identified members of division and area councils and ways councils offer support. We broke down a team charter, that's a team agreement, and its benefits. And then we are expected to apply the 5 principles of motivation. Can anybody remember what are the 5 principles of motivation? Who can remember? Who remembers? You can
Can I
just
speak
unmute
to that? Can I
Yes,
speak
go
to
ahead.
that?
Sorry, yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
okay, please. Understanding motivation,
Yes,
focusing on expectation, clarifying expectations,
yes.
recognizing your team, and focusing on values.
Good, 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 good. Somebody has been listening. Thank you very much. Okay, and it is pertinent to use conflict resolution techniques. When conflicts arise, so we don't sweep them under the carpet, we use the conflict resolution techniques and move forward. So our final thoughts for this morning. Division and area directors have many responsibilities. So don't doubt it. The responsibilities are heavy and they are weighty. Nevertheless, division and area councils help division and area directors. Team charters help teams to be effective and productive. And good teams employ the 5 principles of motivation. Resolving conflict always allows teams to be more productive. Congratulations. Your time starts now. Thank you very much for your attention. So back to, okay, I will take questions now. If there are any questions before I yield the floor to our moderator.
Everybody as a team, everybody working together, being aware of everybody's strengths, will be able to, work like a well-oiled machine. So thank you so much for that, for reiterating that.
You're welcome. You're most welcome. And let me give you a brief example. I used to attend every single convention, the Toastmasters convention. From when I joined in 2014, I would go to all the conventions. And of course, when you go to the conventions, the international conventions, you'd meet, all the speakers, what do you call them now? The speakers who won, the competitions. You meet the directors, past and present, that the international directors, etc. So you'd be in close touch and communication with the highest people, the highest echelon in Toastmasters. And you would actually, of course, the networking events, you exchange numbers, you exchange pleasantries, etc. But then when you come back to your country, it doesn't mean because you have a personal contact, you can just now, I cannot now just write to a letter and say, yeah, letter, you know what, my club is doing something, come and give us a speech or whatever. It's not done that way. It will still go through the proper channel, irrespective. Because imagine, as a club president, you're doing that, and then your area director or your DD now hears that an international president is sending you a video message. It would be supremely embarrassing. So it's not done that way. So we must respect the channels of communication. And at least, we could tell them, I could tell my area director, or if you're an area director, you could tell your DD, oh, please, I have so person's contact. Is it okay if, and then the DD might then write on behalf of his division, so that is a much more respectful way of addressing, such communication. So I just wanted to make that clear because I've seen it happen quite a few times, and it's wrong, All right. Yes. Is there another PQD Salim, is it?
Brilliant presentation. So I have a very short question. So being through the leadership ladder in Toastmasters International, in your opinion, what's the best way of handling conflict such that you don't lose that relationship entirely, such that you manage the conflict very well and you're able to sustain that relationship? In your experience, what's the best way to execute that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, what I always do is to approach the problem, not the person. So speak to the problem, not the person. There was a meeting of a club when I was called as the club mentor. When we talked about maybe the way the VPE or someone was, or how the meetings should be structured, and there were different opinions. How early they should call for role players, etc. And so I now gave my advice, and one of the club officers was extremely disrespectful. In her answer, in fact, she cut me short. She cut into my whatever it is I was saying, and she was disrespectful. So I just ignored her. I didn't speak to it at all. I paused slightly and then continued with whatever I was doing. So she noticed. I mean, everybody around the room knew that the person was out of line, but I didn't address her or anything like that. I just continued. So after some time, excuse me, the lady now came back to me to apologize, quietly. And so I now said, yes, that, everybody has different experiences and different advice. So I was just speaking from my experience, but if whatever you're doing works for you, I mean, that's fine. And so we now try to look for a middle ground. And ever since then, there has been that mutual respect. Sometimes people are excited they're eager. And then, you know, it's just like in a marriage, people come from different backgrounds. There are different triggers, different thing triggers them. But the important thing is to always look at what is the issue, not the person. There's an issue that I need to iron out, but that doesn't mean that it devalues the person or even my regard or my respect for the person. You know, and so what happened in that case, I even then recommended her for a higher role. And since then, she's doing very well, and she has learned to now listen to advice, take advice, and she should now say, okay, my leader, what do I do in this scenario? You know, it's a learning curve. So you can actually use it as a learning curve. And just as DTM Gimba said earlier, all these obstacles are stepping stones, you know, they're stepping stones to your solution. So I hope that helps. DTM, Salim.
Absolutely, ma. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
That was really inspiring. Thank you so much, Ma. I will still read the messages in the chat room. I really appreciate the messages. So it's good for us to hear. And you hear too. From Toastmaster Olame again, this session was insightful and touched on issues we typically work around without clarity. I agree with her. Then Area Director 14 of Division D, thank you, dear DTM Sonia, for breaking this session, especially on motivating the team. I believe the leaders are motivated. It reflects on the members' action and the club. I see Division D is giving us a lot of feedback. We have other divisions on this call, so we're inviting you to come to the chat room and show yourselves. Thank you so much, Ma.
You're
We
welcome.
still have about 8 minutes. I don't know. Does any other person want to speak? Do you have a feedback you want to give us? Let's take the best from our DTM Sonia Alana before she leaves us.
So you can use the rest of the time for your feedback. And that's, you know, time is so precious. And so it's really good. I'm always very conscious of time and being on time and staying within time. You know, so now that you have a little bit of time left, I think you can use that for your feedback and then prepare for your next session if there are no other questions.
Thank you. Yes, Ma. Thank you for motivating us today. Thank you for inspiring us today. I heard you say it's your duty to motivate your team. So we take that home as a team, division directors, area directors. We know today, even if we know already, we reinforce that thought that it's our duty to motivate our teams. Thank you, Ma. We appreciate that you came through for us. Thank you for the lessons.
Welcome.
Thank you for the motivation, the inspirational words. We are fired up to develop successful teams. Thank you. Please let's give it up with our favorite emojis for our facilitator. Let's do it together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Please, we have the feedback forms. We noticed the last time we just had less than 50% of the participants fill the feedback. Please do well to fill the feedback. We need that feedback. We need to record the feedback against every module we have today. Please make our time to fill it. We need it. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone that wants to speak to this particular session? Anyone? Just anyone? One person, and the floor would be yours. Okay. If we don't have anyone to speak, it's fine. I think at this point, we can have just 10 minutes break. DTM Isa Madugo, please set it 10 minutes break while we fill the feedback forms. Just stretch your legs, stretch your hands, go grab a bottle of water from your fridge. If there's anything that will enforce your learning, grab it and then come back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay, I can share the feedback form again. Thank you. Did you hear me, sir? We can have soft music in the background. It will help us come back soon.
You may share with us. Anybody can unmute right now to tell us what is the mission of the district. Because you can't just be here and you are not clear on what exactly is required of you as a district officer. Anyone? I think someone, I don't know if this has been touched on today, the mission of the district. Can someone unmute and share? Okay, should I call names? I'm not having as many people respond to me yet. Anyone? Should I call names? Sometimes we have to call names. So I hear in matured classes like this, you may put people on the spot when you call their name, but you're not helping me because I want to be sure that I'm not talking to a brick wall. I want to be sure that persons who are behind these cameras are humans. Please, can somebody tell us what the mission of the district is? Anyone, please. Okay, maybe I have to call names.
Go ahead.
All right. Anyone? I heard someone.
Yes, creating new clubs and supporting the existing ones.
Absolutely, creating new clubs and supporting existing ones, which means the club growth is particularly essential to have at the back of your mind within this framework. Much of what you're doing as a district officer is to make sure that you enable clubs to be qualitative so that members can derive as much benefit that the Toastmasters program offers. Now, when all of these are put together, eventually it enhances the chance that we'll be able to have clubs created. Because look, when the club quality is fantastic and members are deriving the desired results, then they are the true ambassadors of this brand. And as they go out, they tell to other persons who are non-Toastmasters. And as they do that, it is most likely that those persons are going to attend our club meetings. And when they do, we have a chance of converting them into members. And with that, we have a chance of creating new clubs, as in club growth. By club growth, we mean the club actually gets to grow. The club where the clubs in terms of numbers, as in the club gets to experience growth in terms of number of members per club. And indeed, you know, sometimes some clubs actually exceed 40 and exceed 50, and we have a chance of splitting those clubs, and then we meet the expectation of the district that will be able to create more clubs. Now, the success of our clubs, meeting up with the quality, enhancing the chance that members will receive or get the benefit that Toastmasters offers. They will be satisfied with that. It translates to success. Please, the next slide. It translates to success. Next slide, please. It translates to success for the club and invariably translates to success for the area and invariably translates to success for the division, and eventually we have a chance to partake in the district recognition program. Please, can you share the next slide? The next slide, yes. So for you to be part of the district recognition program, you would have paid as much attention to that in itself enhances the chance that the area in itself, which is involved in a distinguished area program, has a chance to succeed. And when it succeeds as an area, the division, who is also part of a distinguished division program, has a chance to succeed because the area succeeded, and we can go on to experience recognition at the district level. The next slide reveals that in the nutshell, the targets we get to set, the templates with which we can work with, the tools at our disposals, how important it is for you to track as in, and what instruments there are for you to track. I use this personally, and I consider them my T's, the targets you set, the templates you use to work, the tools, the fact that you need to track your successes. All of this, right, add up to success at the end of the day, depending on how well we understand the working of these instruments. And the next slide will reveal to us a number of things that are primarily the consideration at the club level. The next slide. Please, if you are following me, if you are not following me, type on the chat room, I'm not following you. But if you are following me, just type yes. Just type yes. I want to make sure that we have as many people following us in this conversation. Yes. How many yes can we have? Can we have how many yeses? Yes. Thank you very much. Can we have up to 10? Let's see the 10th. I think we have 5 yet. We have the 6th. We have the 7th. Thank you very much. We need 3 more to be sure that everyone is in sync here. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Ikrama. Anyone else? We are on the 9th now, I guess. If we don't have the 10th, it is a bit disturbing. Is it possible that people have slept off on their devices? Please, I know the names that came on. Should I call? Okay, one more person to be sure that we have a significant participation here. All right, thank you very much. We have 10. So some of the things we're going to be talking about today, and considering the fact that we are primarily going to be focused on the Distinguished Club Program, we're going to be talking about the Moment of Truth, the Club Success Plan, the Distinguished Club Program itself as subjects of discussion. So let us start with the Distinguished Club Program, which is on the next slide. Thank you very much. Indeed, the next slide. Yes, thank you so much. Now, it is important for all of us here to know that there are qualifying requirements for you to even be part of the district recognition program. For your club to be able to be part of the district recognition program, there are qualifying requirements. One of them is that your club, as at June 30th, meaning about 4 or 5 days ago, about 4 days ago, right? Sorry, your club at the end of this year, at the end of this Toastmasters year, will be finishing with as much as 20 members, or would have experienced a net growth of at least 5 new members, based considering the base from which it stopped. That at the end of the Toastmasters year, for you to be qualified for the club, the district recognition program, you should be finishing with 20 members for you to even qualify to be part of the recognition that we're going to be experiencing in Benin Republic, because that is where we are going to be having the next district conference. But of course, I think I'll come to the fact that sometimes we get there, and after the district conference, we still have a chance to be part of the district recognition program itself before the end of the Toastmasters year. So these are the qualifying requirements that we need to pay attention to. And let's go to the next slide. Right. The DCP goals, we usually refer to them as the DCP goals. I'm going to be breaking them down later. The DCP goals shares with us about 4 goals. Those goals border on membership, How many members do you need to hit for you to be qualified to be part of the district recognition program? You also need to hit educational goals. I believe we are pretty familiar with this. We need to hit some training goals. We're going to be expanding on each of them one after the other. And we also need to hit administrative goals. You need to hit membership goals, educational goals, and training goals. Right. So let us start with a number of things we want to pay attention to, right, when we are considering membership goals, right? Yeah, one of the things we consider would be the net growth, being how much more members did you add to the base number with which you started? The base number being the number with which you started your mandate as a division director or an area director, and indeed a club president, even though they are not here. But considering the fact that our area directors are going to be guiding our club presidents, who probably do not even have an idea of this. How many of us realize that some presidents were actually thrown from being sergeant at arms, maybe club treasurers and their presidents? Some of these things, they may not be familiar with them. So it is important that our area directors know exactly what it is when we say net growth. By net growth, we are indicating how many members were you able to, was the club able to add to its base amount? I'm sure we've seen that. A number of us here have seen what we call the base number, which is the number with which you started your mandate as an area director, as a club president, as an area director, and indeed as a division director, right? And then, of course, we'll also be looking into the newness, not so new any longer, the smartly distinguished number, the special number 25. Let's get to the next slide, please. Yes. So with regards to our education goals, we all know that the pathway are in levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. How important is it that you're going to be part of the district recognition program? It is to the extent that you're able to meet these educational goals on or before the 30th of June in 2020, in this case, in 2027, that you are able to meet the educational goals to the extent that you have fulfilled or achieved this much by way of having 4 members complete level 1, 2 members completing level 2, 2 more members completing level 2, and then 2 members completing level 3, and 1 member completing level 4. And then, of course, the probability, of course, that one of those persons who will be completing level 5 is given the opportunity for the club itself to have a distinguished Toastmaster from this particular Toastmasters year. So these are the educational goals that you want to be able to meet in order for you to fulfill the educational requirements that will make you a candidate for the district recognition program. Now, beyond the educational goals, we also have on the next slide, the training goals. The next slide, the training goals. And in this situation, maybe I should have, can you go back, please? Can you go back, please? Can you go back on this slide, please? Yes, thank you very much. Can anybody, just to be sure that we are all in this room, can anybody share with us if you have any idea with regards to the training goals? Anybody, any division director, any area director, or anyone on this call that can share with us what do you know concerning the training goals? Anyone? For you to be able to be qualified for the district recognition program, the club under you must fulfill training goals. Anybody has an idea of what this speaks to? Should we call names? I don't want to call.
There are hands
All right,
up.
thank you. Oh, okay, I'm not on that part of the, okay, let me see. Whose hand is up?
Okuchi.
If your hand is up, please.
Okuchi.
Yes, please. All right, go on to speak.
Okay, one of the training goal is the club officers. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, all right. So one of the training goals is the club officers training, which happens twice in July and February. So, and club officers at least must attend, or 80 to 90% attendance. Thank you.
No, come again. I lost it there.
Okay, I said all club officers are expected to attend, or at least there must be 80 to 90% attendance.
80 to 90%. Some of us, our mathematics is not very good. My mathematics is not very good, but thank you very much. You've done very well. In specifics, you should need at least 4. So I don't know if that's, thank you very much. Distinguished Toastmaster Paul Abbey. So I don't know if that is the 80 to 90%, but it translates to at least you must have 4 members, at least 4 members attend each of the club officers training. But how beautiful is it that all your club officers will get to attend the club officers training coming up in a few days. It is a responsibility of the area director to drive hard to make sure that the clubs under you get to attend the club officers training. Honestly, if you do not drive the awareness, a lot of persons who are club officers are probably not aware of how important this is. And the risk of not experiencing the club officers training puts you at the risk as an area director, and unfortunately also as a division director, it definitely gets to affect the likelihood that you'll be part of the district recognition program. So being able to have at least 4 officers, but I promise you, it's actually better for every club officer to be there. So how much energy would you need to put into making that happen? You have to start now. If you don't start now, people may not schedule their time well to make sure that they're part of that club officers training. You have to start creating the awareness now. You have to start designing the flyers now at the division level. You have to start driving the awareness now at the area level, and indeed ensure that that cascades down all the way to the club levels. So let's go to the next slide. The next slide now. Right. No, the next slide. Next one. All right. Thank you very much. Then concerning the administrative goals, you also have to make sure that at least concerning the administrative goals, you have to make sure that the dues payments are done on time, as in the payment and the registration of members are done on time, right? That in itself just makes you automatic. Before the last mandate ended, my then program quality director sent a message to us that, look, you have to fight hard to make sure that the second aspect of this administrative goal was met. The list of club executives, make sure that they are actually submitted as at when due, so that you can be part of the district recognition program. If this is not done, it takes away from the likelihood that you get recognized as much as you ordinarily want to at the district. The next slide. Right. So let's go to the club, the distinguished club program at the club level. What exactly does it translate to? Sorry, go to the next slide, sorry. The achievements and recognition. Now, what does a club need to do in order for it to be recognized and indeed for it to be part of the recognition program? You know, at the division, at the district, it is not only division directors that will be recognized or area directors, even clubs will also be recognized for what they've done well. I thought I knew as much when I went to Gabon. We came back with an award for a treasurer within my division. So even club officers are actually in a place to receive awards, even though they are receiving, it is the club that is receiving, but it is by the essence of the actions or the inactions of the club officers. So what are the achievements? All of the things you do well add up to what we call the achievements. And there are ordinarily 10 of them. Now, for you to be able to be a distinguished club, for your club under your area, indeed under your division, the clubs under your division, to be able to experience that recognition, you need to have had 5/10 of those goals. You remember the goals, the education goals, their membership goals, the administrative goals, and they are also training goals, right? So you need to have 5 out of 10 of those goals for you to be able to be a distinguished club. I need to also have 7 out of 10 of those goals for you to be a select distinguished club. And you need to have 9 out of 10 for you to be a president's distinguished club. And you need to have 10 out of 10 for you to be the very good and Smedley distinguished club. Now, with regards to, I think everybody is aware of this. I mean, the euphoria about Smedley has not left us yet. This last dispensation, or the Smedley Awards, was introduced in 2025 into 26. And it was particularly exciting to see clubs drive beyond having just 10 members. We went beyond 20 members, sorry, to 25 members. I had to highlight this. Yes, I had to highlight this in red. That is the expectation for you to actually get the Smedley Distinguished, which is the highest honor a club can ever get to experience. 25 members and the Smedley Distinguished. I'm sure that everybody here wants to be part of this. You want your club to be able to hit this mark, right? 5/10 is just okay. 7/10 is okay. 9/10 is okay. But the ultimate is for you to be able to fulfill all the 10 goals. All the 10 goals. Beyond hitting all the 10 goals, you also have, guess what, not 20 members, but 25 members, so that you can have the Smedley Distinguished Award. Is there any question, by the way? Okay, maybe we'll come to questions at the end of the session. For you to hit the Smedley Distinguished, you need 25 members. So if you want to be part of the Smedley, can you type, I will be Smedley? Is that too much to type? Just type Smedley. If you are going to be one of those that will win a Smedley, whose clubs will clear the Smedley. I will be Smedley. It's not too much to type. I will be Smedley. Thank you very much, Sir Charles. Thank you. Smedley all the way. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Smedley. Okay, just to be, more Smedleys, just Master Elizabeth. I will be Smedley. May it be fulfilled according to the fact that you have typed. Smedley is my DNA. Thank you very much. Smedley apostrophe. Thank you so much. For those that are not typing, I hope you are not prophesying into your future. I've not said so, but I've said so. I've not said so, but you have said so. But you still have a chance to type smartly. We have about 52 persons in this meeting room. But while waiting for them all, we're not going to wait for them. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, small smartly is coming, all right. Everybody wants to receive the award. Everybody wants to be recognized. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Madam Pikiti is dancing to Smedley. Any more Smedley? All right. No, we don't have that much time. So let's go to the next slide. This next slide is on the Distinguished Area Program. Now, while we have the Distinguished Club Program, we also have the Distinguished Area Program. We also have the Distinguished Club, the Distinguished Area Program. And the next slide indicates the fact that it is not enough for you to be an area director. For you to receive an award, you must have no net club loss, and you should have submitted your area director's reports to the tune of 75% at a particular date. I need to check that data. It's actually on one of the slides. Now, no net club loss. Submission of area director's reports. Now, does anybody have an idea of what it means for you to have a no net club loss? Please, can anybody speak to that? I like the people whose faces I'm seeing, but I cannot call my program quality director to answer this question. And don't
my area director has his hand up. Toastmaster Bassi, Charles Bassi has his hand up.
All right, sir. We can hear you speak, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, my immediate past division director. In terms of no net club loss, you had earlier highlighted the fact that we're supposed to have a net growth of membership based on the membership base as at the previous mandate. So as of June 30th, 2026, all the clubs had specific numbers. It is expected that those numbers must be maintained and increased upon. And so no net club loss is that first, your club will stay at least worst case scenario as it were. You don't have any club that has gone into restriction or suspension, as the case may be, and then you build on that.
All right, thank you very much. It's very, very important to bring that to the fore. No net, take note of that word, net club loss. What happens when you actually lose a club and interestingly, you get to create more clubs? If you had, ordinarily, most areas start with 4 clubs. If you lost one, which you shouldn't, however, you lost one and you gained 2. What will be your net gain? Anyone? Net club gain?
1.
1, thank you very much. It is not expected that any area should lose a club. It is not expected that any area should lose its club. But God forbid that you do. I trust that you are willing to work 2 times more to gain 2, such that if you have lost a club, there is the likelihood that you must be able to create 2 clubs for it to make as much sense, because the criteria for you being within the district recognition program as an area is such that you must have created, you must be able for you to hit a particular mark, which is for you to be a president distinguished area, you need to have created at least 2 clubs. And for you to be maybe a select distinguished area, you need to have created at least 1 club, and so on and so forth. But it's important that losing a club, if you lose 1 club, you have to try as much as possible to create 2 for you to be part of this experience, which means 1 is replacing the 1 lost, and then 1 is a gain. But it is most pertinent that you do not lose a club, because beyond creating a new club, losing a club means that you have put a number of individuals in an existing club and their experience to jeopardy. And you don't want that. We don't want that happening. Beyond the fact, because beyond this recognition is the fact that, like we said, the district recognition program as a framework is about enhancing club quality and particularly enhancing the experience of the members that make up a club. Imagine that a club goes under. You have jeopardized the learning experience, the growth experience of individuals, even though you have a chance to create another club. I trust that we are as mindful and we're deliberate about not losing any club at all. It is not one of those things. You will not be happy with yourself, to be honest, that at the end of the mandate, you actually did lose a club, even if you gained another club. So please, let's try as much as possible to pay attention right from now to all the existing clubs that will not be in a place where we are at risk of losing any club at all. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So with regards to the achievement and recognition experience for the areas, for you to be recognized as a distinguished area, you need to have achieved at least 50% of area club base to be distinguished. For you to be a distinguished area, you need at least 50% of the clubs in your area to have hit distinguish. Remember, in the beginning of this conversation, I brought to your attention the fact that what happens in the clubs is what translates to the experience, the achievement, and the recognition that the area will get. And what happens at the area determines the achievement and the recognition that the division in itself will get. So it just takes it one level, it just goes on and on and on. For you to be a distinguished area, you're at least 50% of the clubs in your area must have hit distinguished. And of course, remember what it is for your club to have hit distinguished means that it has hit at least 5 out of 10 goals, right? But for you to therefore be a distinguished area, you must have at least 50%. Ordinarily, most areas come with 4 clubs, ordinarily. Sometimes there are 5. But I don't know how you want to do that mathematics. For those of you that have 5 clubs, I don't know how you want to divide them, whether you want to take their legs or take their belly up and their bellies down. But 50% should have hit at least distinguished. They should be distinguished clubs for you to have a chance to be a distinguished area. Now, for you to be a select distinguished area, 50% of the clubs in your area must have hit distinguished, plus the fact that you will have 1 more distinguished club. For you to be a distinguished area, it means 50% of the clubs in your area, right, should have been distinguished, plus 1 more distinguished club, right? Implying, in this case, 6 clubs, more or less. And then for you to be a president distinguished area, 50% of the clubs in your area, as in the base, as in 50% of the clubs you started with should have been distinguished clubs, right? And you also get to experience that's a net growth of at least 1 club. That in itself is what gives you as an area a chance to be a president distinguished area. Now with this, let us quickly go to the next slide, which is on the Distinguished Division Program. Just as we mentioned earlier, the club experience determines the recognition that an area will get, and indeed the performance of the area determines the recognition that the division in itself is qualified to have. Now, the qualifying experience, the qualifying requirement is that you do not get to lose any nets. The nets, please, that word is very, very important. Net club loss. By net club loss means that at least you maintain the number of clubs that you started with. Right? It's possible, but it is not right for you to lose a club. But if you started with 18 clubs, you must not lose, you must not go down to 17 clubs at the end of your mandate. As a division director, you must, as a matter of fact, go beyond the 18 clubs that you started with. As soon as you are below the number of clubs that you started with, that means you've gone below the base. You are not in any way qualified to be part of the district recognition program. And then, of course, you have a minimum of 4 areas. That's what qualifies you for the district recognition program. I think this brings to the fore the fact that perhaps there are divisions that have less than 4 areas, but every division has a minimum of 4 areas to start the mandate with. And you are not in any way supposed to lose a club, let alone lose an area. In fact, when you lose an area, it is, in short, you'll get to experience the entire division goes down and is eventually merged. God forbid that it is during your dispensation that your division was completely lost and had to be merged with another division because you lost an area. Please, this is very, very important. These things are possibilities, but they should not happen. So let us not assume that they do not happen, that there are instances where these things happen. Then the reason why we're having this conversation is so that we do not fall within, we do not go to sleep and risk losing our areas and indeed losing our clubs or having our clubs merged with other divisions, to just stay within the community. The next slide, please. So what are the achievements and what are the recognition that you need to experience for you as a division director or for your division to be recognized at the district level? The achievements basically is that you should have 45% of division club based are distinguished. Not necessarily, it didn't say half, it said 45%. For you to be a distinguished division, you need 45. Please take note. Oh, I needed to bring that to the fore. Unlike the distinguished club program, there is no medley experience at the area. It actually stops at the president distinguished. And then for the division, you need 45% of the club base, the clubs you started with, right? You should have 45% of them to be distinguished club. That is what gives you a chance to be recognized as a distinguished division at the end of this mandate. It also implies that you did not lose any club at all. Very, very important. You did not lose any club at all for you to stand a chance as a division to be recognized at the district. And then for you to be a select distinguished division, you need 50% of the clubs you started with or the clubs under you, the clubs you started with and the clubs under you, right, to be distinguished. And you should have created at least one more distinguished club which means, and of course, and with the fact that you need to have created at least one club, it puts you in a place where you can be a select distinguished division. And then for you to be a president distinguished division, 55% of your area or the clubs in your area, 55% of area clubs, club base are distinguished, plus one more distinguished club and a net growth of 1. Meaning that for you to be a president distinguished club, 55% of the club under your area should be distinguished clubs, plus one more and a net growth of 1. By that I mean plus 2 new clubs. You should have created at least 2 new clubs for you to be qualified to be a president distinguished division. So this highlights the achievement as a division and the chance it gives you to be recognized at the district. For you to be a president distinguished club is all lined up there. This slide will be shared later so you can have a look at them. It's also important that you're able to take advantage of the learning resources on the Toastmasters website. All of these things are there for you to look at from time to time. So I think with this, we have come to the end of the distinguished club, distinguished area, and the distinguished division, the distinguished program for the club, the area, and the division. Please, the next slide. I have just 11 minutes. So the next thing we're going to be talking about is a moment of truth. There is hardly anyone on this call that is not aware of the moment of truth. It's either you conducted one or you witnessed one. Even as a guest, you may have run into a club meeting, your first meeting you attended, you were a guest, and you experienced a moment of truth. Please, can you go to the next slide? Moment of truth. If you are not familiar, if you are familiar with the moment of truth, please indicate I am familiar, or just type moment of truth. Let me be sure that we know what we're talking about. Or should we be looking for persons who have never experienced it? MOT. All right, thank you. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Thank you very much. Right. We all are familiar with this, but I think it's important that we break it down to understanding what is embedded in the moment of truth, often divided into 6 segments. We have the first impression, the membership orientation, fellowship, variety, and communication, program planning and meeting organization, membership strength, achievement recognition. These are the 6 elements of the moment of truth. And like I said, I'm sure everybody's familiar with this, but I would like for us to dwell in on some of these things so that we can see how this moment of truth can be effective. You know, this is an evaluation and a report material or tool, and it is used to assess how clubs are doing, and we get to know exactly what they need to do to improve on the experience at the club level. Now, one of the questions I'd like to ask, first impression. Who are the person? Because oftentimes we get to have moment of truth, and you are surprised that we divide the attendees into groups, and how they are grouped a lot of times or sometimes would not help us get the best results. So first impression, who are the persons you are likely to gather into the group to get the best answers with regards to first impression? Because we already know what the moment of truth is, but how do we conduct the moment of truth to be effective is what I am most concerned about. Anyone, who will you consider in a particular club meeting that you'll be attending? Who would you group into? Who will you group to attend to getting feedback on first impression? Anyone who has not talked yet? I think I'm going to call names now. Should I call names now? Anyone, please. Thank you very much. Someone said guests. Thank you very much. Guests. Sometimes we don't have any guests. Who else would you use? Thank you very much. That's very correct. Guests. Apart from guests, new members. Thank you, because it's still fresh in their memory what their experiences were a few days back when they joined they attended a Toastmasters club for the first time. Right. Other visiting Toastmasters, what was their first impression? I don't know how many of us visiting Toastmasters are attentive to how we were received in a club meeting. Well, it's important to pay attention to that. But basically, look out for your non-Toastmasters who are in that meeting and persons who are your new members. Get them to be the feedback on first impression. In regards to membership orientation, who are you likely to pick? Who are you going to group? Who and who will make up your membership orientation? Please type it on the chat box. Toastmaster, distinguished Toastmaster Elvis, you're in this meeting, please. Can you unmute? New members, thank you very much. New members, anyone else? Anyone else, please? Should I call names? Should we be sure everyone is in this meeting? Toastmaster Mubarak, please. Please let me call names. Please indulge me. I have to call names, but I will need to be sure that everybody is here. Toastmaster Mubarak, are you here, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I know you'll be here. That's why I called you. Right. So who will you be grouping into your member to get feedback on membership orientation?
Membership orientation. I'll go with the members of the club, sir.
Yeah, members of the club. But what kind of members of the club? Will you be adding the division director? Will you be adding the club president?
No, not the club president, certainly.
Group.
And the members.
Okay, go on.
Let me listen to you, sir. Sorry, sir. You were saying something.
All right. Let me just hit it. Now, the club president is likely to tell you because, yes, integrity, but sometimes the human factor comes in. And the club president, who is in a group where answers are being given concerning membership orientation, he will press it down your throat that there is membership orientation. But the people that will tell you the truth are those new members that joined 1 week ago, 1 month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, who have either had the orientation or have not had the orientation. And trust me, you want to know that they are having the orientation. And it's fantastic to know when they are not having the orientation. And the person who is going to tell you the truth is the person who is expecting the orientation. So you need to get the persons who are new members to give you feedback on membership orientation. On fellowship, variety, and communication, who will you ask to be part of that experience in that group? Anyone, please. Am I clear? Am I making sense, please? Please, if you are making sense, just type sense in the chat room. Please type sense in the chat room to be sure we are together. Yes, I'm making sense, right? Okay, or type senseless if it's not, you are not making sense. So please be confident. This is a moment of truth I'm offering you now. Right, it's making sense, right? It is not everybody that you want to put in each of the groups that you are creating, right? Yes. And then, of course, so you need to go and read the content of the moment of truth for you to know the right person. Thank you very much. Senseful. Thank you. You need to go and read the document on the moment of truth for you to do, so that when you go for the moment of truth, you don't just gather people. You people, because you are seated here, you answer this question. You people that are seated here, and it's not going to work that way. You have to get the people that will help you with the right facts. Very, very important. It is not just anybody that will answer the questions the way they should be answered. Some may be biased, some may not be informed. So identify who should be part of the membership strength. You cannot ask a new member about membership strength. He doesn't even know his left from his right yet for you to be asking grouping such a member, a participant under the membership strength, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Next two slides, rather. Next two slides. Do we have it? The next two slides. Next slide. All right, thank you very much. Please take note of these dates. Very, very important. As an area director, a division director, please take note of this date. The submission of your club success plan is for the 30th of September. If you submit it beyond 30th of September, you will not be part of the recognition program. If you submit your area success plan beyond the 31st of August, you will not be part of the district recognition program. Your area director's reports, the first one must hit must hit Toastmasters International by November 30th. If you have I think you should screenshot this, right? And of course, other dates that particularly do not connect particularly with this conversation, right? The speech contest, the dues renewal, and all of that, right? You want to pay attention to all of these dates. They are very, very important. Please. Next slide. All right. So I'll just be wondering what your key takeaways are. I believe by now we have an understanding of what the moment of truth is. I think another thing we're supposed to have to talk about is also the club success plan. Please pay attention to the club success plan. I think I may have shared the wrong slide, so sorry. The club success plan. The club success plan, every club has to have a club success plan to help them plan for the year. And same goes with the division. I'm sorry, the area. The area is also supposed to have an area success plan. And of course, the division success plan as teams, just as was mentioned in the previous training. As teams, you need to be able to sit down and plan. What are the things we want to achieve in the next 1 year? How do we want to achieve the things that we want to achieve in the next 1 year? When do we want to achieve what we want to achieve in the next 1 year? And so on and so forth. It is pertinent that you do not take anything to chance. It's not just going to happen. It's going to happen only because you are deliberate about them. How many clubs do you want to create as a division, as an area director? How many clubs would you want your division to finish with as a division director? It's not going to happen by chance. It's going to be by the essence of your deliberate actions with members of your team to achieve as much. So you need to write them down. It is said, write them down, make it plain, and be very deliberate about tracking yourself to make sure that you do not lose out at all in the course of running your time as an area director or a division director. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you the very best of luck. But it is not just about luck. It's also about being deliberate. And at this point, I think we'll be open to questions and answers to enhance the likelihood that we get to succeed in the next 1 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our facilitator. I'm already seeing a hand up, meaning that there are questions to be answered. I trust that this session was some deep session that everyone would have had to, listen in carefully and start thinking through in their heads how they would go about it. So to our division directors, our area directors, for real, it's not about luck. It's about being deliberate. So if there's anything you should have as that watchword, being deliberate, being intentional about achieving those goals and achieving them early would set you out for the success and excellence you deserve, because I know definitely all the area directors and division directors on this call, they deserve excellence. Thank you again. Your time is actually out, but I think we can entertain one question. I see one hand up. We will take that quickly before we take on the next facilitator who is waiting on my door. Thank you. Toastmaster Charles Bassi, Area Director for Area 12. Please, you have the floor.
So thank you very much to facilitate. I'll be very quick. Because of the contexts.
So take it out. There are no more questions. So at this point, I guess I'll be handing control back to, or should I still hold the control, Madam Pikidi?
I think you should hold the control while we wait.
Can we have more questions? Any questions? Any questions? Maybe I'll ask my own questions.
So yeah, there's something I wanted to add to what you said about putting effort to rebuilding a club that is struggling. If you have been in leadership in Toastmasters for a while, you know that these issues are real. They're as real as as you can get. So clubs are struggling and others are thriving, sorry. And Toastmasters understand that these things will happen, and they put that coaching program in place. Over the years, sometimes we don't maximize that support by the Toastmasters. Now, how we can leverage that is, please, as division director, when you're about to appoint a coach, please pay attention to the people you are appointing as a coach. For me, it doesn't really make much sense if you bring someone that did not show capacity in managing a club to come and coach another club, right? So it's important that you review the kind of coaches that you appoint for a struggling club. Somebody that led a struggling club, I don't think is suitable to lead another struggling club, right? So there are we have a lot of leaders, people that have done so well as club presidents, maybe area directors, but they need this coaching requirements, and they will do well to help you to take that club out of where it is to where it's supposed to be. Now, let me give you an example. We have the club coach group that DTM Faith managed, and just 2 days ago, we shared the list of top coaches and top clubs that survived, and one of the clubs stood out. Amongst, we have like 20-something clubs that did so well. Now, one of them is Ikeja Toastmasters Club in Division D. This club started by needing a coach. I think they were just 11 or so, or 8. But this club hit Smedley as early as, maybe May or so. And it's just to show how the coaches in that club worked. And we had a lot of clubs like that hit Smedley. Some of them hit President Distinguished. And these are clubs that hit that, so we were struggling. I know there are some of them that are make-up here and there, but there are those that really, really did the work and took these clubs out of where they are to where they're supposed to be. The second thing is that if you are to build a new club, you're going to pay $125 as the charter fee. But if you're able to revive that club, we are not paying that money again. And as a CGD, I have witnessed, I've seen where people are struggling to bring back
any part. And despite it being the weakest, it's probably the best opportunity for people to learn. It's the best because as a division director, what you get to do is what we call inspirational leadership. You are leading without power. And a lot of times in our climb, divisions would span countries. In other climbs, maybe divisions will span states or they will span local government councils, right? But in Nigeria, in other parts of our districts, a division can actually span a country. So imagine you are managing Toastmasters within a country and you actually do not have executive powers to do anything. You can't sack a club president, you can't sack an area director, The only people you have power on are your programs quality director, your club growth director, your admin manager, and those ones actually don't have any power in reality, right? And then after the division director, but the division director, despite being powerless, is a district officer. Remember, I started from the club officers, and then I went to the top of the district, and I came down from the district officers, right? So the division director is a district officer. All of the division directors' appointees are not district officers, but the division director is a district officer. And then we now come down to the area directors, which is the reason why we are here today. The area director is similar to the division director. In fact, there's no difference between the area director and the division director. Their goals are the same. Their powers are the same. The only difference is that the division director manages the area director. And in some cases, the area director would also have appointees, the same way that the division director also had appointees. So the area director would have the program quality director, would have the club director. Please, could you mute the person? Thank you. So the area director can have their own appointees, the club growth director, the program quality director, their admin manager, their public relations manager, right? But they carry similar powers to what the division director carries. The difference is that the division director is the manager of the area director. So the area director needs to submit to the division director. However, the area director is a district officer. Now, I give this scenario so that we understand first where we stand in the ecosystem, but much more important to also understand what our responsibilities are, which is what my presentation today is going to be about. For me,
so that what draw 2 hours.
For me, please, could you mute your microphone? For me, there are some things that I think are statutory for the area directors, and there are some things that they are good to achieve. Now, those things that are statutory for the area directors, which may make the area directors more important than the division directors, is the club officers' visits. Now, one of the things that would qualify an area to be president distinguished is for that club, for that area director to actually do what we call the club officers visits. Area directors must visit the clubs in their area 2 times within the Toastmasters year. And if they say 2 times, it will be expected that those 2 times will be the first half and the second half. As a matter of fact, the both of them have deadlines. I think the deadline for the first is September 30th. And the deadline for the second is maybe around March 30th. It's important for you to visit your clubs. Matter of fact, I even don't think that as a good area director, you should visit your club only twice. I would say that you should visit your club as much as possible. Because if you're close to something, you'll be able to see the problems that that club has, and you'll be able to prefer solutions to the club that you are visiting. Now, one of the things that I've seen as experience is that we say area directors should visit their club twice. And then I've seen an area director that actually did an online visit for a club that was having a physical meeting. So when I go to some clubs, I do not like to announce that I'm coming. I just show up. And the reason why I show up is because I don't want you. I want to see what the exact state of your club is. I don't want you to begin to prepare your club for my visit. Right. So I visited, and the area director did not know I was visiting. Of course, if he had known I was visiting, I'm pretty sure that that area director would have made the effort to actually be present at that meeting. And so I visited, and I heard it was area director's visit, And when it was time for the area director to speak, the screen came up, and somebody started speaking on the screen. So I sent a message to the gentleman, and I said, bro, this is not an area director's visit. You cannot connect to a club online. Well, if it's an online-only club, but if the club has a physical meeting, you cannot even do an area director's visit online. Because there are a lot of things that you need to explore when you do an area director's visit. And you will see some of those things online. So area director's visit needs to be done twice, and it needs to be thorough. Now, one of the things that you need, before we go into what the area director needs to do at the visit, let's talk about what the club itself needs to do. A lot of the times, the club do not know what they're supposed to do for an area director's visit. So you need to educate your clubs on what you think that they should do. First of all, the area director's visit is an opportunity for your club to market itself. I've seen clubs that would advertise to say, oh, we are expecting our area directors to visit. And because of that, they actually get more people visit their club on the day of that area director's visit, because they just say, oh, somebody is coming from out of the club. I want to see who that person is. We want to hear what they have to say to us. So that day should be like a special meeting for the club where they promote that meeting and encourage more people to come. And what that does is that the club can use the opportunity to even get more members, because the more people that come, the more they see the glamour, they see the learning opportunities that come with your club, then they can indicate interest, and maybe you get to convert them to members. Now, on the area director side, as a visitor, you are the automatic general evaluator of the club. Now, because you are visiting, they may appoint you as general evaluator for that day. Even if they do not appoint you as general evaluator, it is your responsibility to come early. If possible, you should come with your cabinet. So your programs quality director for the area should be there. Your club good director for the area should be there. Your PR manager should be there. Your admin manager should be there. Because what all of those shows is that it shows the power of the office that you carry, that allows people to be able to come with you to the meeting that you're going to. And when you get there, as an area director, I'm sure you've been president before, you've played other roles before. So you know the components of having a good meeting. And the moment you get to the meeting, you should begin to evaluate everything. And when you evaluate these things, you need to pay attention that some of the things that you experience may be because of the office that you hold. So for instance, one of the things I expect in every club is that if a guest should come in, there must be somebody to welcome that guest and make them feel welcome. Now, as area director and as the star of the day, there will be somebody. In fact, if let's assume that you come to a place like Novare Mall, for instance, there's a possibility that there's somebody waiting for you downstairs to take you upstairs. And you may mistake that for being warm, that the club is warm. But that's because you are the area director, you're visiting. So it's very important that you pay attention that, yes, I've been received warmly, but what about the guests? Are the guests received warmly? You need to pay attention to that. And you take notes as you are doing all of these things. Then you also evaluate, are the club officers available to support the meeting? Right? You pay attention to that. If the club officers are there to support the meeting, how about the role players? Did they come to this meeting early? If they came to the meeting early, how about the members? If the meeting is supposed to start at 4 p.m., do the members start trotting in at 4:30? Because all of these things indicate either the success or the failure of that club. All of these things indicate whether that club is having quality meetings. Even if the role players come early and the members are coming late, it tells a story. It tells you that the club members do not believe that they are going to get quality from that club. And that's the reason why they're coming at any time that they're coming. Maybe they are even forced to come to that meeting. Maybe if you give them the chance, they would have not even come to that meeting. So you need to note down everything that is happening in that club that you actually are visiting. One very important thing that you must not take for granted at all is something called the moment of truth. Now, the moment of truth is a presentation that gives you certain criteria for a quality club. Now, earlier on, I had mentioned that if you come as the area director for your visit, you are automatically the general evaluator. Now, if the club has not invited you to speak. Well, the club will always invite you to speak, but that may not be a good place for you to talk about all the failures of the club that you have seen. Rather, that may be a good place to praise the club, congratulate them for hosting this area director's visit. Then you can now tell them the good things that you have seen that they have done. However, after your area director's visit, it's very important that you have a meeting with the president and all the ESCOs. In that meeting, then you can now carry out the moment of truth exercise. And you can now give them a real evaluation of what you have noticed at the meeting. If the meeting was going to start at 4 o'clock and you had arrived there at 3 o'clock, but you didn't meet anybody, that tells a story. So you need to talk about that to say, why would the meeting start at 4 and then the host of the meeting are not there by 3 p.m.? If guests come early, who is going to be there to welcome them? That will be something that you need to discuss with them. If you go to the meeting and you notice that even the speakers are not speaking very well, that also tells you another story. That tells you a story that the club is lacking in terms of mentorship. Because it will mean that that speaker may have not had the mentor to help them prepare their presentation. So that tells you a story. What is wrong that you do not have good speakers? If you had good speakers, and sometimes we see this, where we do not actually have quality evaluations, that also tells you another story. Why do we not have good evaluations at our meetings? What can we do to ensure that our evaluators are people that are able to give quality evaluation? Because you see, in Toastmasters, we are all work in progress. We are all looking forward to improving ourselves. But guess what? If someone can come and give a terrible speech, that is not a problem. But it is dangerous for somebody to come and give a terrible speech, but you do not have a well-rounded evaluation. Not an evaluation that will beat the member down. Not an evaluation that will say you are terrible, you are not good enough. No, that's not it. But we must be able to see that this speech, despite that it was well presented, there were some things that this person can use to improve. Why is good evaluation important? First is that it helps the speaker themselves, because the speaker will be able to learn the things that they can do better. The second is that it also helps the audience. A lot of the times, we learn by just observing. Sometimes you don't even know that you are learning. So if you see a quality evaluation being presented, you feel impressed. Once you see that, yes, this person, maybe, you may even have thought that the speech was well done. But because of the evaluation that you've heard, your mind sort of is renewed that, wow, I didn't think about this way. And then if you now go to the guests, that will leave an indelible mark in their minds that, well, this is a place I need to be at. So if you go to a club meeting as an area director, during an area director's visit, and you see that the evaluations were not well done, it's an issue that you need to raise. We quickly just talk about the moment of truth. I know that we have the successful club series training within this training, so I'm not going to dwell so much about it. But when you visit a club as an area director, there are 6 things that you need to look around. Now, let me just remind us that I'm talking about the first thing that is expected of you as area director, and that's your club visit. When you do your club visit, you have to do the moment of truth. And moment of truth has 6 aspects to it. The first one is what they call the first impressions. First impression is how guests are welcomed. Now, remember I mentioned guests, not you as the area director. There's a chance that you as the area director would have a king's royal welcome. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the member. So you need to look around and notice how this is done. Now, how do you do this if you yourself do not come to that club visit early? It means that you need to come to that club visit as early as possible. I would say arrive there 1 hour early. That would make you see a real example of what the club actually does. How do they set up their meeting? Do they leave everything to the sergeant at times? Do the role players come early? Do the members come early? Are the guests well welcomed? it's very important that you check that. One of the things that I do when I visit clubs, and for those of you that have visited a club, you would have seen this. When you have guests, the normal thing is after the meeting, you ask the guests to wait behind, and then you will talk to them about the club and how they can join. I love to join those meetings. Sometimes I'm given the opportunity to speak since I'm there, but sometimes I just like to stay behind and listen to what the person speaking is saying. What that means is that as an area director, you cannot do a club visit and say you are living in a hurry. Because how do you know about member orientation if you rush immediately after the meeting is done? So you need to wait behind and join that first-timers meeting to hear what they are saying. Are they communicating the values of Toastmasters rightly to the person? Are they communicating the benefits of being a member to the person? You need to be there and say that. Then the third thing for the moment of truth is fellowship, variety, and communication. What does this mean? Fellowship is how do people interact within the club. You see some clubs, people have cliques and gangs. There's some people that don't speak to each other. As area director, you need to be observant enough to notice such things and ensure that you actually curtail it if that's the issue. Variety would mean your type of meetings. Do you have your meetings the same way all the time? I was at a meeting yesterday and the Toastmaster of the day said, well, this is what we have on the agenda, but I'm changing it. Yes, that's beautiful because it just shows that we are not dogmatic. We're not just going one way. There has to be variety to your meetings. I've been to meetings that are pigeon meetings. That's beautiful. We could even go as far as doing local meetings. If you're in a place that is homogeneous, our meetings do not have to be in English all the time. English is the official language of Toastmasters, yes, but we can actually switch. If all of us are enthusiastic about French in our club, for instance, we can say our next meeting is going to be delivered in French. Everybody has to come and speak whatever terrible French they're able to speak. That's what you call variety. I've been to a club that we had a hike and we had a table topic session on top of a mountain. That is what we call variety. I was there. I enjoyed the time I had there. I've seen club meetings that they will go to a park or go to the forest and have their club meeting within there. I've also seen a club do their club meeting on a train ride. That is what you call variety. Your 24 or thereabout meetings for the year does not have to be the same thing all the time. You have to find opportunity to put in some variety in that meeting so that people are able to enjoy the meeting. People are able to have some suspense within the meeting. And if the club that you're visiting does not do that, it's good that you encourage them to actually do that. The communication would be how your club is communicating to the members. If the club is communicating effectively to the members, that would be good. So you would expect as area director to receive like an email or get some social media posts that says that the area director is visiting. If that does not happen, it's important for you to raise that issue with the club to say, hey, what's your process of communication? How do you communicate this to your members? Then it's also important for you to look at your program planning and meeting organization. One of the ways you know a meeting that is well planned is that you see that things are just going to be working seamlessly. But if you see where a meeting that people are running around, everybody has to go to the president to go and listen to the president say something, you know they have not had any plans. It's the issue of if you fail to plan, you've planned to fail. So you need to observe the meeting and see if everything is running seamlessly. If everything is running seamlessly, you can assume that this meeting was well planned. But if someone needs to go on the stage and then the toastmasters of the day have said, oh, you are the one coming next. It means they've not seen the agenda, they've not planned for the meeting, they don't know what's going to happen next. And it's something that you need to raise with the club when you speak with the ESCOs later in the day. Membership strength would include you checking the dashboard before you go to any club meeting. You shouldn't go to any club meeting without checking the dashboard. You need to know where they are in their DCP goals. As a matter of fact, you should check 2-3 years back. And it's very easy to do that on the dashboard. Check the dashboard to see what is the persistent problem. And it's what you see. Clubs have cultures. So you need to see what the culture of that club has been 2-3 years ago. For some clubs, their perennial problem is membership. For some clubs, their perennial problem is education goals. For some clubs, they will achieve level 1, but they can't achieve level 2 and level 3. They can't achieve DTM. So you need to know the specific problems And one of the biggest problems is membership strength. So you need to know how many people the club has. How many people do they need to become splendidly distinguished? Have they ever been splendidly distinguished? Do they have the plans to be splendidly distinguished? All of these things are things that you need to know before you go to that club. So when you are talking to them, when you're asking them questions in line of these, which shows that you also know what you also are doing. And then the final one for club visits is achievement and recognition. You need to know if this club celebrates its members. If they celebrate their members, you also need to know how do they celebrate their members. So these are the questions that you need to ask when you go for a club visit. And like I mentioned, it's very important that after the meeting, you stay behind with your team. And the club itself needs to have known that this is going to happen. So you would have communicated with the president to say, after the meeting, my entourage would be meeting with the club officers so that we can review the meeting and go through the moment of truth. The moment of truth during a club visit is something that is very critical. You cannot do a club visit without going through the moment of truth. Now, after you're done with that meeting, you need to get resolution from the club. For instance, if they're not marketing their meetings very well, you need to get a resolution and get an action plan from them. How will you start marketing your club going forward? What are the things that you begin to do to market your club going forward? You need to get all of those resolutions and have it documented. Now, one very important thing about the club visit that I've seen people make mistakes of every single year is uploading the record. You see, in the Toastmasters system, we live by the mantra, without evidence, you will explain tire. And what that means is that if you do the club visit, and you do not upload it on District Central, it's as good as you didn't do that visit, because it's not going to be counted for you. And what I've seen people do is that they wait till the deadline. If the deadline is September 30th, for instance, and you're an area director managing 6 clubs, then you wait till September 28th to begin to upload the area director's visit. The chances are that you would not be able to upload for all your 6 clubs. Because uploading that report takes a lot. There are a lot of notes that you need to put in. In fact, I recommend for you, before you do that visit, to go to District Central, pretend like you want to submit a report, so that you can see the questions that they're going to ask you. Because they're going to ask you questions like, what would this club end the year with? Would this club be smelly distinguished? Would it be president distinguished? Would it be select distinguished? Would it be distinguished, or would it have no distinction? So it's going to be a question that you will now need to ask the club officers, what do you plan to end this year with? So that you can put down the facts when you're filling that form. They're going to ask you how many members are there, how many members attended this meeting. So that when you're filling that form, you don't have to start going back to the club president to go and ask them questions. It's good for you to know all of the questions that you will need to fill in your report. And that report is comprehensive. So please, area directors, do not make that mistake of saying that I will wait till the deadline. No. What I did when I was area director was that immediately I finished that visit, I start uploading the report straight away. And what it also does is that it also makes the district much run better, because now the division director does not have to start following up with you to say, oh, you've not done your visit. The district director or the program policy director does not need to start following up to say, you've not uploaded your club visits. So my recommendation for you would be, immediately you do that, just go and submit it immediately. It helps you. It puts the pressure off you, and then people will see you as responsible. That's it for club visits. The next thing that is very critical for an area director is the speech contest. And you see, I've seen a lot of area directors focus their speech contest preparation for just the area contest. No. As area director, it is your responsibility to manage the clubs. But remember that when I started, I had mentioned that area directors do not have any executive powers. So what you can do is to recommend and advise. So it's going to be a responsibility to ensure that all your clubs hold their speech contest. when clubs hold speech contests, it does two things for them. The first is that it gives them the chance to be competitive in their speech contest. When you go through competition, the chances are that you get the best of the best showing up after the contest. I've seen situations where clubs will just select somebody to go and represent them at the speech contest. That usually does not work. It's best that you actually ensure that your clubs go through a contest. Also, when you do a contest, what it also does is that it carries people along. So people respect the person that is moving on to the area. If someone has gotten this on a platter of gold because they were just nominated to represent the club at the area, which is acceptable. The rule book says that if there's no contest, the club can appoint somebody to go represent them. But if someone is just appointed to go represent them in the area level, there's a possibility that that person may not even value what they've been given. But if you have to contest against 5 people, and maybe you are close to one of the ballot counters and they said, man, you won by just 1 point, you get to respect the people that you've won. But more importantly, you also get to put value on the efforts that you have made to be the champion of your club, to represent your club in the area. So it's very important that as area director, we need to pay attention. And guess what? As an area director, you are closer to the clubs than the division directors. In fact, the division director's role is the laziest role if they have good area directors. The division director should just sip coffee, eat some snacks, browse the internet for news about the US and Iran war, and that is what their role should be. Because if the areas are successful, the division does not need to do anything. They are going to be automatically successful. But if you see a division director that is working, running around, just understand that the area directors are not working. That is the only reason why a division director will be running around. Because everything in the division depends on the area. So if you as the area director has ensured that your clubs have held a successful contest, what you would also see is that your own contest would also be successful because you are getting the best of the best from 4 to 6 clubs come together to come compete. So you're sure that in this contest, you are going to be getting the best. So area directors, don't just pay attention to your area contest. Go down to the club and ensure that in that club, they also hold their contest, so that as they're holding their contest, they're giving you very quality people to come compete in your own contest. Aside from the contest, another thing that is also very important for the area directors to do is to serve as a liaison between the district and division and the clubs. You see, sometimes in clubs we have conflicts. If you're not close to your clubs, you may miss the information about those conflicts. And I've seen conflicts that brought down the whole club. So it's very important for you to be close to your clubs. When you see there's a conflict, ensure that you inform your division director. Now, in Toastmasters, we're very particular about hierarchy. So the district director, the programs quality director, the club growth director may not reach out to your club directly. They may not even reach out to the area directors directly. What they would do normally would be to reach out to the division directors. So the division directors will reach out to the area directors, and then the area directors will reach out to the club. But we've seen that sometimes there is a lacuna where the district has reached out to the division, and the division is not reaching out to the area. When I was district director, if I find out those lacunas, I go direct. I reach out to the person I want to reach out to directly. I tell the division director, I've sent you this message for the last 3 days. I've not seen any updates. I'm going directly to go and reach them. It is not good, but sometimes you need the job to be done. So don't be that area director that your division director will jump over you and reach out to the clubs. I also see that the division directors are here. Don't be that division director that the district will jump over you to reach out to your area directors or your clubs. No. What that shows is that you're not in control. And what it means is that if they've reached out to you, at least respond to them. If the district director, the program quality director, the club director has reached out to you to say, oh, division director, area director, this club in your area, there are these issues about it. Respond to them. Let them know what you know about the issue. Tell them what you're going to do. Give them a timeline. Oh, Madam Program Policy Director, this issue you've discussed, we'll fix it in the next 1 week. So let me come back to you next week, Saturday. So they know that you are doing something about it. But what we see sometimes is that the district will reach out to us and we'll just ignore them. If you ignore me, I'm going to jump over you. I'm going to go direct to the person I need to speak to and get that stuff done. And then it's going to be embarrassing for you as an area director or division director that they've jumped over you, and then what you could not achieve, they actually achieved without you. Then it just shows that you're useless in that position. I beg your pardon for saying that. Right. So let's not be useless in the position that we are in. And again, this is targeted at the area directors. Give your division directors information about your clubs. If there's a conflict in a club, reach out to your division director. Let them know. You can tell them, oh, Madam Division Director, you don't have to do anything. I'm just telling you this for information basis. I've had area directors reach out to me to say, oh, we have these problems within our districts, but I'm just telling you so you are aware. And what it means is that nobody should call your division director to say what is happening in area 2, and the division director does not know. That is not professional on their side. It may not be their fault, because you are the one that is supposed to give them that information. But if you're not giving them the information, how would they get to know? So it's very important for you to keep your division directors informed about what is happening in your area. Oh, this area, maybe it's a corporate club, and the person who usually will sign the payment had resigned. You should let your division director know immediately. It shouldn't be when September 30th comes and the district is hounding your division director for renewal. That's when the division director should have said no. Because if they've known earlier, they may even have strategies to give to you on how to better improve the situation, so that you don't have to wait till September 30th before you begin to sort out the problems. So the area director is a liaison between the division director and the district and the clubs. So no information should go from the clubs to the division or the district without passing through you. You should be the conduit for it to go. If the information is passing around you, then it just shows that you actually are not getting to do the job that you are supposed to do. It's also important for you as area directors to reach out to your presidents, aside from the official club visits. Just reach out to them like on a monthly basis. This reach out could be for you to find out what is wrong with them, or even if they are doing things right, just know the successes that they are achieving. That would keep like a line of communication between you, such that when it's time for you to do your official visit, you're not a stranger to them. Somebody who have been communicating with on a monthly basis, when it's time for them to do their visits in September, it's not going to be, there will not be any friction, because we know ourselves. We are connecting with ourselves. Compared to if you do not actually reach out to them, and the only time you reach out to them is when you need something to be done. What we have seen happen is that a lot of times, those things actually would not get to be done. So it's very important as area directors that we reach out to our club presidents as much as possible. As area directors, you must also realize that you belong to the district council. The district council includes district officers and club presidents and vice president education. What this means is that every time we have a council meeting, it's very important for you to be there. And when you are there in the council meeting, people don't take council meetings serious. A lot of people will go to the district council meetings just for the elections, but there are a lot of things that happens in the council beyond elections. For instance, a lot of appointments have been made. I have been fortunate to have been appointed as the district parliamentarian. But despite that the district director has appointed me, that appointment does not stand. Where that appointment stands is at the district council, when the district director would present to the council to say, Council, I have appointed Kayode Yusuf DTM as parliamentarian. Do you accept him as parliamentarian? So if any of you have anything against me, you actually can vote against me to say, no, this person should not be appointed as parliamentarian. And the same goes for all of the other positions. They are all going to be presented, especially the district director's appointments. That of the PQD and the CGD may not be voted on. They may just be announced to say, okay, these are the people that are managing the program quality directorate, these are people managing the club growth directorate. But for the district director, all of those people that the district director appoints, the auditor, the parliamentarian, the alignment chair, all of them will be voted on. And if you see somebody that you think does not have the capacity to act in that role, you can vote against that person to say, this person does not have the capacity. I think that we should not allow them play in the council. Also, another important thing that happens in the council is finance. The district gets money from international, and this money is supposed to be spent in a certain way. In fact, there are regulations about the council meeting. There are documents that need to be sent 2 weeks before. So if those documents are not sent 2 weeks before, you can stand up and raise an objection to say, Mr. District Director, point of order. These documents are supposed to be sent to the council members 2 weeks before now. And what the rule book says is that if these documents are not sent, then no decision in this council can hold. So imagine, in fact, when I was district director, that was what I was scared of the most. The two councils, I was very scared of the both of them. I was praying and fasting that nobody stands up against me. Of course, I did things the right way. Another thing that you may not have control over is what do they call this thing now, that they check the quorum. There is a quorum that needs to be met at the council meeting. So as area director, it's important for you to know all of these things and also advise your club accordingly. Your president, your vice president of education needs to be in that council meeting. You also need to be in that council meeting because you would need to vote at that council meeting. And your vote needs to count. That's your power. That's the voice that you have. So the area director sits at the district council meeting. Now, outside of sitting in the district council meeting, which is statutory, because a lot of important information is going to be passed at that council meeting, as area director, you are also a member of the division council meeting. And even though we don't do it, I did it when I was division director. I did this when I was the area director. As the district has 2 council meetings, the division and area should also have 2 council meetings. The council for the division includes the division director, the appointees, and all the area directors. They are members of the division council. The same way, and for the division council, the division director is the chairman. So earlier on, I said there's no difference between the division director and the area director. But now we are seeing some of the differences between the division director and the area director. Because the division director is the chairman of your council. Right, so that means that they have some authority over. You have an area council. Before the Toastmaster year ends, who are the members of your area council? Yourself, the area director, your appointees, and your club presidents and VP educations. So the VP education and presidents are members of 2 councils. Area directors are members of 3 councils. The division directors are members of 2 councils. And the districts, senior cabinets are members of 1 council, except if they are area directors, club presidents, or club vice president of education. So we need to have information about all of these things and what is expected of us. As area directors, we have 1 term to serve. And in that 1 term, it's very important that we do these things. The first is our club officers' club visits. It's very important that as area directors, we do the club visits. And the second would be to host the speech contest. And the third would be for us to attend whatever council meeting that we need to attend. This will be all from my end. I'll be very happy to answer any questions that we may have. Thank you very much, and over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, past district director, now member of the parliament. Congratulations on that appointment. Dear division and area directors, when
thank you very much.
Someone that has been through the wrongs comes to share experience, the best we can do is pick from their experiences and fly. Thank you, sir. We'll just share a few teasers for discussion. That will be the direction of the question. DTM, sir, please start with the first teaser. and we'll just deliberate on it and move to the next. Thank you so much.
Just give me the 2 minutes.
Okay, while we're waiting for DTMISA, I can start reading one, so we'll run with time. What are some key areas of success that you can see using dashboard before you visit a club? So this is a teaser running to the area directors. I expect the division directors to come in here. Most of you have served as area directors in the past, and these are items you would need to supervise your area director to get it right for your own office. So the floor is open. Let's discuss. We can make it quick and swift. It will help us get off the training earlier, but we need to participate actively in this. Past area directors on the call, you can speak to it so that we can use it as an opportunity to educate our current area directors. Who takes the floor? If you wish to speak, you can unmute and speak. Then our leader will just give us proper direction as we go on. I can take the question again. What are some of the key areas of success that you can see using the dashboard before you visit a club? So DTM Kayode has told us those things you should look out for before going for club visits as area directors. So what are those key things based on what he has shared with us today? What are those items on the dashboard you should note before you go on club visits? You are able to answer if you took notes, and then other officers, division directors can go ahead and also speak to it. It will help us and keep us reminded when area directors are going for club visits. Who's bailing us out here? DTM Paul, did you want to say something? I saw you lean forward. You're muted, sir. Okay.
As I know the membership strengths of the clubs we are visiting, one of those things you said, they'll give you an insight on what should be done, and you visit early enough so that you can appreciate the status of the club and their level of organization. These are two things that can. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. I saw AD14's hand up. You may unmute and speak too.
Okay, thank you, DTM Kayode, for the insightful lecture. Based on what he said and the note I took, he mentioned that we should check online to see the type of questions that we would see after the visit, so we can have an idea of what to answer. So we're not coming back to begin to ask the president's questions. He also said we should check for the type of the membership strength of the club and what has been their challenge for at least the past 3 years. That will be able to guide us on what to do before going for this visit to the club. Those were the two major ones I took out from there. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an insightful response. And indeed, you were attentive. Thank you so much. Division C Director, DTM Ajira, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to add, this is not, first of all, thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Kayode, for that. And thank you for adding the fact that they don't have to visit the clubs only when they are supposed to. That's the 2 times in a year. I think it's very important that they visit fairly consistently and visit early as well, and pay attention to the club officers and literally hold their hands and show them what to do, because some of them are really not, they really don't know. I remember my time as an area director, and there was this particular club that was under me, and the club presidents really did not know what to do in terms of going to the dashboard and actually looking at the DCP goals. I'm not sure what happened there, whether the person did not attend any of the initial club COT, but this person honestly did not know how to navigate the dashboard. And so because of that, the person was not able to plan in a very strategic way on how to achieve those goals, particularly the educational goals. They didn't know how to click on the approving the speeches, base camp, approving the speeches. So it's very important that we don't take it for granted. We don't take for granted that they know these things. Let's just make sure that they understand its base camp and the back end, so that they know what to do and not waste time.
Thank you so much, Madam Division Director. This is insightful, and this is what everyone should take home. Most times, it's not in achieving the goals, but if I don't even know the goals I'm chasing, how do I achieve them? So many club officers don't know what to look out for. So this is where our area directors point the light to the direction they should go. So if we get it right at them understanding the DCP, break it down on what they need to do, what speech per time, how to get there. In 6 months, area directors, you will achieve your club goals. Thank you again. This part is very important, and I am particularly passionate about us achieving goals. Thank you. So if you look at my screen, there's another question we would take up here. What other ways can you add value to a club during your visit? Area directors, would you want to answer this? Give us direction. Whoever wants to speak to this and you're passionate about this question, please, you can unmute and speak. What other ways can you add value to a club during your visits? Remember, they've told you, you need to do this early. You need to be consistent about your visit. Don't just wait to just go visit your club and clock in the register that you have visited. Consistency would help you achieve your club goals. Who is speaking, please? I can't see any hand up. Who would like to go? Thank you. AD18, please. You are free to speak. Then Mubarak will speak too. That's AD32. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think for me, one of the ways that we can add value to a club during and before the visit is to try to have a cordial relationship with the members of that club, mostly the president and the vice president education. I feel that it's going to be easier if you've built a relationship over time, so that when you're going to the club, it's not just like the area director is coming. It's like someone who has been a part of the club, someone who understands the dynamics of the club is visiting. That way, it's easy, it's seamless, because you already know what's up with that club, and it's easy for you to address, or you must have even addressed those issues if they had any issues before. So you just come in and you enjoy the meeting, and it's just an easy process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My area director, Toastmaster Elizabeth Atta, you've spoken to consistency, you've spoken to communication, and you've spoken to insight on how the club runs. Thank you so much. That was very insightful, and it will help other area directors if we pick this up and run with it. Toastmaster Mubarak, Area 32 Director, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. It is said successful people do consistently what other people do occasionally, and I take that quote to heart. For you to be able to be successful in this journey, you have to be consistent within the clubs that you are overseeing. Consistent in the sense that be part and parcel of those clubs. Attend their meetings regularly, get to the meetings early so that you can see their preparation process. See the gaps in their preparations. At the end of a meeting, stay till the end and see how they wrap up the meetings. You look out and see who are the people getting the meeting set. Is it only the Sergeant at Arms that gets the meeting venue set, or are the rest of the members part of the club as well in preparations? It takes me back to my journey as Sergeant at Arms of Apex Toastmasters Club. The president of Apex Toastmasters Club then, who happens to be an area director today, together with us in this room, gets to the meeting venue together with me. Sometimes even gets the venue before I do. We set up the meeting rooms together, and most of our executives and some of our club members supported us. So if you are, as an area director, get to do that, you'll see a lot of things that you'd be able to profile solutions to those clubs. And I'm sure at the end of the mandate, we're going to be Smedley in all our clubs and even in the divisions that we are in, which will transcend to the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toastmaster Mubarak. Thank you for that information. Yeah, don't just be far off. Come close, come to the terms that you are part of them and relate with the clubs from part of being their member. You're there to work with them to achieve success. And truly, like you said, that's Smedley. It's coming to all our clubs. Thank you so much. We can take one more. Which roles rely most on your support, area directors? I would like this particular responses to come in the WhatsApp, in the chat room. Let's hear. Which roles rely most on your support? Please, let's go. Let's have different people give us the responses in the chat room.
Madam Chair, as we have that, I have a final thought before
yes, sir.
We would move to the next one. And that's the point that as area directors, it's important for us to pursue to be president distinguished. If our areas are successful, then we are sure that the division will be successful. We're sure that the district will be successful. And I'll break it down for you in like 2 minutes. To have a successful area, you need a few things. Number one, you need to have done your 2 club officers visits, recorded it and put it up. If you don't do that, you will not become president distinguished. Number 2, you need to add +1 to the number of the clubs that you started with. So if you add 4 clubs as an area director, you must end the year with 5 clubs. Some people would create 3 clubs and lose 2 clubs. That is fine because you have +1. Some people will create 5 clubs and lose 6 clubs. That is bad because you've had -1. As an area director, you must pursue to create an additional club in your area. The other thing is that you must also ensure that 50% +1 of your clubs are distinguished. The distinction does not matter whether it's distinguished, select distinguished, president distinguished, or Smedley distinguished. But 50% +1 of your clubs must be distinguished. If you're able to do these 3 things, you will be president distinguished. Now, that is not the important thing. The important thing is that if I am a division director with 4 areas, remember earlier when I said the division director role is the most laziest role, I'll explain why to you. If I have a division of 4 areas and all of my 4 areas are president distinguished, it means they've all added 1 more club each. The requirement for the division to be distinguished, to be president distinguished, is also 1 club, the same as the area. But if all of the clubs in the area, if all of the areas in the division have added 1 club each, for a division of 4 areas, it means that I have 4 new clubs. Tell me how that division would not be president distinguished. There's no way it won't be president distinguished because it is the same requirements that they also need. They need 50% +1 clubs to be distinguished. They need to have added 1 more club. So the point is that the main work in the district, and as district director, I paid a lot of attention to the area directors. The main work in the district sits with the area directors. If the area directors are able to ensure that the clubs, their renewals are done on time, their meeting is quality, they have new members, they met all of their goals, and the area is able to add 1 more club, the division director will not do any work. They will just be traveling around for vacation, enjoying themselves. So let's not be that area director that disappoints the division because you're not able to add 1 more club. Some people would say, oh, I want to ensure the quality of our clubs. No. Our district mission is support existing clubs and create new clubs. We can't pick one part of the mission and leave the other part of the mission. So as we support existing clubs, we must also work towards the creation of new clubs. And we're able to do that as an area and do it very well, then we are sure that our divisions will not have a problem and they'll be celebrated when it's time for us to go to the conference in Benin Republic. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, sir. That is spot on. Thank you, sir. Just before we end this session, I would like to encourage us to ensure that we go to the link and submit the feedback. That would be your attendance for this row. We just have one more session and we are out of here. For these questions, I encourage you, go to the link that the division and area directors training document we shared. We shared with the division directors. I believe they shared it with you. If you click on the respective links, every subhead that had a line has a link that takes you to the Toastmasters material. You will see all these documents. Please take time, read through it, and it will inform you on all the expectations you should carry through. Thank you so much. Thank you, our past district director. It was really a privilege to have you take us on this module, club area directors' expectations and club visits. We appreciate that you made out time from your busy schedule to come to us. Thank you, everyone. And I know it's been a long day. Do we go for the last module or you want a 5 minutes break? Tell me what you think in the chat room. I would go with the majority. What do you want? 5 minutes break or we just take the last module and off we go?
Somebody's hand is up.
Oh, no, she needs to lower her hand. She had spoken. Yeah. Okay. So many. Okay, last, please. Okay, break. Out of the 5 here, 4 people want break. No, 4 people say we should go. Madam, okay, there are 6 of them. It's actually a tie. So, Madam PQD, you will break this tie for us. Last one. Break.
I think we should go. The
more breaks now. More breaks. Okay, 5 minutes. Stretch yourself. We're going to take pictures when we come back. We'll just take a shot to remember this day. So we'll turn on our cameras then. So just take a break, stretch yourself, and then we come back. 5 minutes. Toastmasters, DTME, sir, please help us clock in the 5 minutes. So we just take a break and come back. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long one, but I believe it's impactful. Thank you. Oh, my camera was off. I didn't realize. Okay.
So maybe you need to start.
We want the break.
You need to start checking use your own timer.
Yes, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. By 7 minutes past 2, we will convene. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, one of the support area directors should give to the club. They should give them money. Give them more money. Give them money. They will survive.
You know how that is done.
Mr. Paul,
That is Paul Abe.
Hold on. Paul Abe, do you know that
enjoyment minister?
Hold on. Do you know that life is turn by turn?
Exactly.
A club today, a club president today will become area director tomorrow. I hope they will also...
They will give. There is nobody give money that will not survive. Give them more money. Like
the temple will collect the money from our division directors.
Please follow her.
Please leave the division directors alone.
Okay now.
Don't worry, when you become this division director, you share the money.
No,
the division will ask for
district directors.
It's area that give money or not division. No, make I not put my division director for a while. It is well. Kai, what is that today?
We're almost there. See, the next person coming is the firebrand. The Jagaban of our time.
Okay, no wahala. Jagaban, I have my scan code here, so no problem. I paid my fee for this course. I might even use AI for your program, sir. Now I can try AI, courtesy of you.
It is very low. My daughter saw me on screen since early morning, and she said, "Daddy, what are you doing? You are always going to school." Can you imagine? This is what Toastmasters has caused me to. She was surprised that I was sitting on the screen since 8 o'clock. I thought it's 8. This is on a GMT thing. I was thinking it's 8 until I have to ask Jagaban. He said it's 9 o'clock. It is very low.
It's Paul, you are the one that's supposed to teach us this GMT. Are you not a Gabonese?
Well, I don't hand them over to Gabon, and I've handed over to Cotonou now. Somebody said, I want to go to Porto Novo. Don't go to Porto Novo. It's only coconut. The coconut is not sweet too. Go to Cotonou proper, where the coconut is sweet. Porto Novo no get coconut, na beans they get and corn. Daomi. Little Fumi, Auntie Fumi, where you dey? You don't go. She was in one Yoruba class when the lecture was going on. I want to harass her now.
Okay, check your WhatsApp.
I want to believe we're all back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, to the last module for the first division and area directors training for the mandate 2026 to 2027. The next person that you would be seeing on the screen would be Jagban to take training on the topic conduct quality speeches. In case you don't know his real name is Oludaisi Joseph. DTM, he's a serial entrepreneur, trainer, speaker, and coach. He works with Capacity Innovative Concepts Limited. He joined Toastmasters in 2017 and has served in this club up to the level of, division director. Currently in this mandate is the contest chair. As you can see, that's why he's the best man for this topic. Toastmasters and guests. He's a man of many parts. His whole family is devoted to Toastmasters International. He believes that anyone who is a bad follower cannot be a great leader. He is a great leader, so I believe that he is a great follower too. He has the lectern now to take us on the topic, conduct quality speech contest. Sir, you have the reins, and thank you for taking up this responsibility.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished Toastmaster Nduke, can I please be allowed to share my screen? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Second, can you also confirm to me that you can hear my voice and you can see my screen?
Affirmative, sir.
Okay. My approach is totally different. Who can confirm to me that you have seen this face, this picture you are seeing? If you have seen this face before, or you know the name of this person on this screen, can you type yes in the chat box? And if you want to go a little further, mention the first name of this person. Mention the first name. Okay, who is this person to you in District 130? Yes, I can see some persons mention the names. Okay, champion. Okay, DTM Nadine. Champion. All right. Please, can you help me look at this screen and confirm if you can see a name on this screen? Can you see a name, a region,
no.
A district? You cannot. What happened? DTM Nadine was our champion at the district in Gabon. And the list you are seeing right now is the semi-finalists that will be appearing in Vancouver, Canada. And I couldn't see our region, I couldn't see our district. That got me worried. And it will dictate to what we're about to do this afternoon. If we get it right, from the club level to the area level to the division level, I bet you the district will shine. The district is not here because I believe something must have happened. And it was Nelson Mandela who said, it always looks impossible until it is done. Why are we not in Vancouver, Canada? Are we going to be in Paris in 2017, 2020? Yeah, 20, I'm missing the dates now. 2027. Do we want to be in Paris? Yes or no? I need you to chat with me. Just drop yes or no. Do we want to be as a district? Do we want to be in Paris in 2027? Yes. Thank you very much, DTM Paul. Who is agreeing with me? Now, there's something very, very important that we need to do as Toastmasters in District 130. It is conducting a wonderful quality contest, conducting quality speech contest. And before we go further, look at this. The Toastmasters contest rulebook is the ultimate for all of us on this call, division directors, area directors, and cascading down to the club presidents. This rulebook is paramount. It is the crux of the matter. If we understand what is written in this rulebook, I believe that we'll be able to become the champion of public speaking in Toastmasters. If we critically look at the issues here. So please join me as we go through these slides together. We have 2 semesters. First semester is here right now. We just started it this July. It's going to end in December. And the second semester, January to June. We are to conduct speech contests. And in the wisdom of the leadership, the DD, the PQD, club group director, and all those who are leaders in the district, they have given us what to speak on, what we should conduct our contest on. In the first semester, my PQD is here. If I'm wrong, just point to it for me, and then we'll correct it. It has been agreed that the contest for this first semester are two. They are tall tales and evaluation speech. Madam PQD, can you please confirm to me, Madam Chair, can you confirm to me that I'm on the right track? Yes?
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. So for area directors, of course, you know it starts from the clubs. If you look down, the month of September, rather, all clubs from 1st of October to September, 1st of September to 30th of September, all clubs within your area must, I repeat, must conduct their speech contest. They must conduct the tall tales and evaluation contest. This information, you can run with it. As you are receiving it quickly, you can even ask for this slide, I will give them to you. Then the areas must conduct their tall tales and evaluation speech contest from between 1st and 31st of October this year. And the divisions must conduct their division contest from between 1st and 30th of November for this first semester. So the duty of the area directors, just like other leaders and trainers have said, is to help the clubs immediately. I remember when I was division director, of course, all the area directors immediately sent out this information and said, please give us the date that your clubs will conduct their speech contest immediately. And I promise you by Monday, once I connect with our PQD for the final flyers that will come out, you will start seeing information. In fact, I've created FAQs and all that to help members understand that, yes, tall tales and evaluation is coming up. It's totally different from immoral speech. It's also different from international speech contest. It's also different from table topics. That will happen next year. But for this year, this first semester, we are focusing on tall tales and evaluation speech contest. Okay? Now, the second semester, I needed to bring it up. We are going to plan ahead. It starts in February. All the clubs must conduct their international speech and table topics. Please be mindful of the contest that we are going to do next year. International speech and table topics. This year, it was international speech and evaluation. We should have this information at the tip of our fingers like this. Area contest must be between 1st and 31st of March. Division contest must be between 1st and 30th of April. While the district has actually chosen the first week in May. So I want to suggest to us as division directors, please pick your date. If you look at your month, it's April, it's very close to the district. So I will suggest until my PQD come up with a final advice, I will suggest that you should pick your division contest on or before 15 so that your winners can prepare for the district. The reason I'm saying this is this. This year, we discovered that some champions in some divisions, they claim that they did not even know that if they won the contest, they would travel to Gabon. I was shocked. And they denied their division opportunity to become champions because the first place for the international speech and the evaluation did not show up in Gabon. But if we planned early, we will be able to overcome all these challenges. So please, this information is authentic, is genuine. I will scroll back again for you to screenshot it if you want. But if you want my slides, I will give these slides to you. Okay, so let's move. What type of speeches are we allowed to do in Toastmasters? by way of overview or the training objective, we are going to look at how speech contests benefit us. What are the benefits? What do we really gain when we engage in speech contests? How do we prepare for speech contests? How do we solve contest issues? Somebody say, this one is not qualified, this one is not eligible. Something happens, and who can disqualify somebody? Okay. Types and benefits of speech contests. We're going to look at all this. This is just the overview. So let's look at this. Let me ask us, do you know the number of contests that Toastmasters International has approved for us as a Toastmaster, as an area director, division director? Can you mention the contests that Toastmasters has approved for all of us? Please, I need answers in the chat box. Can you mention them, please? Let's do this together. Can you mention the context, please? There are some expos on the screen already, but I want us to mention the name, not for. I'm seeing some numbers in the chat box. Okay, let me give you this. International speech contest, evaluation contest. Are you seeing the screen? Human speech contest, table topics contest, tall tales, and of course, for those who are undistricted, that means they are not under a particular district, they allow them to do video contest. So basically, you have this contest, and this is what we're preparing for this year. Let me now ask us again, for those who are listening carefully to me. Starting from September, mention the 2 contests that we must engage in, starting from the club. Please type in the chat box. 2. From the screen that you have seen, I said it earlier, mention 2 contests that have been approved already that we must engage in. Okay? Thank you, Toastmaster. Okay. Charles Bassi, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That means we are following. The area directors, we are following. Thank you very much. Where is any division director? Okay, my division director, thank you very much for. And it is in September. I love that you gave extra answer. You will score A. I like students who give extra answer. Thank you very much. So from today now, we start planning. After this training, engage immediately. I suggest to you to engage immediately. Pick your dates. Engage your club presidents or the president, the area directors. Give us dates and give timeline. And say within the next 1 week, you want them to give you their dates. Let them start planning. And of course, the area directors are the closest to the clubs. So the area directors should go ahead and work with them. Okay, what are the benefits? Why should Toastmasters, club members, why should they engage in a speech contest? Let me go back. I just shared the expo with you. Who saw my expo? Who saw my expo? I listed 8 benefits. Who can mention one? Who can mention one?
Gain experience.
Just type it. I need people to be typing it. You gain experience, okay. You're a good expo. You know how to do expo. Well done, well done. Okay. Well, the essence is for us to really know. Let me show it clearly now. Is to gain experience. Was I ever a speech contestant? Yes. In fact, I was a club champion in my time. I remember being trained by Distinguished Toastmaster Young, in my club in those days. And I was club champion. I even went to the area. So you gain experience by participating. This is one of the benefits we have to push to our members, because at times it's like, I don't want to deliver any speech. And guess what? Anybody can actually participate in these 2 contests for September. Anybody. Tall tales and evaluation. Anybody. Of course, evaluation, well, we don't expect somebody who just signed up today to just want to evaluate. It's going to fail, hopefully. At least you must have attended the club meetings and listened to evaluation and probably finish level 1. But that is not a rule, right? But everyone in the club is allowed to participate in these tall tales and evaluation. Okay, number 2 is it will help you to meet your personal and professional goals. And it also gives you opportunity to observe proficient speakers. I remember anytime it's Ome is speaking, maybe contesting, oh wow, I want to be there. I want to learn from her. How many of us remember the evaluation champion in Gabon? If you know that young man, please type the name in the chat box. The evaluation champion. I love that young man. I didn't want him to stop during the evaluation because he was dishing it to us. Okay, Toastmaster Emeka, fantastic. How many of you also remember the person that took second place? Second place. She actually came to Gabon to participate in a panel, but because there was an opening, which the rules also allow, if the first person is not there, first place person is not there, second place person is top place, and she stepped up and came second. Okay, do you know that person? Is one of the ladies I love all my life. Why? Because she's my mentor. She brought me to Toastmasters and she performed well. She came second in Gabon. Okay, so these are the reasons, the benefit that we gain when we participate. You will grow beyond your club level. You also practice leadership and teamwork because those who organize will also learn. You'll be able to spread the community. People will now know that, yes. Okay, recently I was going through the internet. I said, where are the pictures, the interviews of our champions? I couldn't find any. I said, what's happening? So somebody should take up that challenge. So at the district level, at the division level, at the area level, you need to push these narratives to people, benefits for contesting. And of course, increase your visibility and membership. Okay. Apart from, in all these contests, ladies and gentlemen, leaders, area directors, division directors, can you give me one particular speech contest that the district must hold, must by force, by fire, must do it? Which one? Please type it in the chat box. One, in spite of all these ones that have, there's one that must be done. Okay, good. Toastmaster Kramer, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. International speech contest. Now, if we at the club level get the right persons to win, to become champions at our club, and they move to the area, and then you are able to get champions from different clubs to participate in your area, the quality of that exercise will be felt at the division and at the district. But if we do not help them at the club level, I'm talking directly to area directors now, it's not just about visiting, doing MOT, moment of truth, or, you need to guide them. Like DTM Induke said, some of them, okay, it was DTM Ejura. Some club president, they are just trying to find their way. But you need to be there listening here. You need to give them support. I remember when I was club president, it was DTM Anastasia that was the area director. She will call me, Chagaba, what's happening? She will be guiding me and all that. I can't forget her. She was close to me. She was asking me questions and I said, I don't understand it. Then she will explain. I said, okay, fantastic. So you need to be close, not to go and lord over them, but to be close to them. Which day do you want to conduct your club contest? You need to know, right? So this is very, very important. Toastmasters says that we must engage. It's mandatory. And the other contests, of course, you know, humorous speech contest, table topics, evaluation, all these, they are very important to Toastmasters. And then let's look at this. What makes quality speech contests? Number one, we must train the contest chairs and the judges. I'm sure Madam PQD agrees with me. The chair Nduke agrees with me, and many of our leaders. We must train, and very soon from the directorate, we are going to be sharing with you dates for training. So as division directors, area directors, the moment this information they are made available to us at the district, please share them down, cascade them down to the clubs so that they can come and learn. Somebody was sharing with me a situation where a judge was sleeping during contests, and she challenged, she actually confronted me and said, that judge was actually sleeping. What kind of result do you think will come out of that person? I was shocked myself. I said, really? Yes. She said, the person was sleeping. I don't know whether it's a she or he. But the person who called me said that one of the judges, and I was wondering, how did you even know that that person is a judge? How did you know? Okay, we are not supposed to share such information, right? You must plan very well. The date must be set. The venue secured. Team assigned. Who will be the sergeant at arms? Who will be the ballot counters? All these things must be planned ahead and people informed. And then we are also going to have a training how to write your speech. Tall tales is different from humorous speech. It's different from table topics. All these trainings are coming up as soon as possible. Trust me, they are going to happen. And as we roll out these trainings, please, everybody should be part of the training, including you, area director, division director. Don't just say it's club. No, you need to, so that you can also plan for your area contest. You must get a suitable location. You must look around and get a suitable situation. And then the Toastmasters materials. And I've seen some funny certificates being shared, you know, before. We need to look at Toastmasters brand as a particular certificate that needs to be shared. You cannot just go and print in Area 8 or wherever, you know, in Shomolu or wherever it is that you print your. No, you need to stick to standard. You need to stick to standard, right? The timing card, we know our timing card, green, yellow, not looks like yellow, looks like orange. No, green must be green, yellow must be yellow, red must be red. So we need to really put those things in place. And of course, for you as area director, division director, though the TM Paul was asking for money, you have to prepare a budget, whether you like it or not. You must prepare a budget. What will it cost us to do all the things you want to do? What will it cost us? There must be a budget. You must plan for it, right? You must answer questions. I'm going to be posting in the group again, the rule book. Unfortunately, by today, the current rule book has not been released. So, you know, but we are going to share with everybody. Madam Chair will make sure that those rule books get to everybody. We'll cascade to the division directors, down to the area directors, and then the clubs. The current one is still being worked on. I'm sure by next week or so, we'll have the current rule book. Okay, preparing for contest judges. This is a serious thing that we need, all of us need to be concerned about. How do we select our judges? Who are these judges that are causing us problems? I believe that if we get the judges right, we will be able to help the clubs, starting from the clubs, the areas, divisions, and then it will cascade to the district. Judges must be trained. And like I said earlier, very shortly, you are going to get information about the training. Everyone here should participate. Everyone. Once there's a training, please. And everyone, you should not listen to this is what Ditemolu said. No, you should read the rule books. Read the rule books. When you read the rule books, you know exactly what is required. Then you will be able to conduct a good. Okay, for the contest here, the same way, has to verify the contestants, timing protocol. Remember, only the contest here can say, okay, this is the area, this is how you are going to deliver your speech and all that. We actually know all these things, but we cannot overemphasize training. So Madam PQD, in her wisdom, is going to give us more opportunity to learn through training. And I want us to look at this. Protests. So protests can happen. Lodging protests before the announcement of the winner is very key. If there is no protest from the contestant or from one of the judges, you keep your peace. And the result that is announced becomes the legitimate result. So we already know that the contest here, based on the document that is submitted, if it checks very well, can disqualify on the basis of eligibility, right? That normally happens in the second semester. Okay, I can see the green card. Who can tell me who this person is? Who is this person? Oh, I know you answer me. I will know DTM, double DTM. I know you will give me answer. Yes, this is the 2021 champion of public speaking, Toastmaster, first place, Verita Prize in South Africa. It seems that South Africa is outshining us, but I know that if we deliver quality content very soon, shortly, it looks so impossible until it is done by us. And I believe that District 130 can make it happen. Thank you very much for listening to me. When I started, we were 41. I can see 39. That means 2 persons dropped. Any question?
Good afternoon, sir. I have a question.
Okay,
you mentioned that anybody at all can contest. Anybody, but I was so sure that excluded all the division officers.
Oh, okay, sorry. So thank you for that that point. So basically, if you are a district officer, you cannot contest. District officer, the district champion, the current district champion, I think cannot contest. Area directors, division directors, our PKD, Madam PKD cannot contest. All the district officers cannot contest, but basically every other person can contest. Club president, club officers, members can contest. Thank you. I can see AD 12, Toastmaster Charles Bassi. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, please. Thank you very much, our dear Jagaban, for that very detailed presentation of the contest. And I like the fact that we need to do what we can to enhance the visibility of our district on the international stage. But I'm just wondering, based on experience, and particularly because we also have quite a number of other leaders on the call, from the point of program quality at the club level up, whether in terms of crafting of speeches, preparation, not just for the contest, because my take is that it is how we handle our projects at the club level for each member and the kind of evaluation club members receive that would naturally flow into the contest engagement and performance. What kind of ideas can help us as area directors to support the clubs more effectively in terms of quality project engagement and delivery and completion that will naturally reflect in how they craft their speeches, how they present their projects beyond just ticking off the box for educational goals, so that the champion in each member now, not the Toastmaster in each member, the champion in each member is being nurtured and made to blossom. I mean, from experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this brilliant question. I've thought about it several times that this problem actually emanates from different. One is the mentor-mentee relationship that Toastmasters has already put in place has been abused or is being abused in the sense that, for example, your mentee prepares a speech and sends the speech to the mentor. The mentor doesn't have time to even look at that speech and say, just go ahead, you're okay, you're okay. And that will not help that mentee. That is one. Two, some mentors are not, so some mentees feel that even they are better than their mentors. I don't know where they got that. That was the young man that was assigned to me, and he said his speeches are in his head. I said, what? Go and drop it from your head and write it. Drop the speech first, write it down. Of course, later he showed and he came back and said, I'm sorry, thank you for correcting me and all that in love. That is another point. Another point is the club itself. The vice president of education, right, is in charge of, he's not a program quality director at the club level. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good. So the other system has gone off. So I'm on my phone now. Okay. So the vice president of education, not just organizing every time, the basic club meetings, organize training, special trainer. We have leaders who can help us out, because speech contest is different from your normal club meeting speeches. And you have to be prepared to engage in speech contest. They are totally different. Your normal club, the way you deliver your speeches in the club, basically is based on one particular objective that Toastmasters want you to embrace. The speech objective determines what you are delivering per time. Remember? So I believe that if trainings are embraced or conducted at the club levels, and occasionally the area can also organize these things, and people will really know that the way you operate at the contest level is totally different from the normal club speech delivery. And I agree with you, yes, the quality of your speeches at the club level will eventually determine the kind of person you are, will enhance your personality or your delivery. But I still believe that in addition to what you said, trainings are very, very essential, which area directors can occasionally is one of the ways you can help the clubs within your area. Just conduct a speech writing or a speech delivery training, and they will love it. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bassi. I can't see any other hand. Is there any other hand? Any question?
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes.
Can you confirm to me? I'm using my phone now, so I will not be able to see everything.
Okay, Ditiamolu, well done, sir. Thank you so much. I don't know if I can have the floor now, Madam Chair. My hands are up.
Okay.
Thank you so
Please
much.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. You in our Gabon platform, after the will I say elimination of Nadine, you posted that question, and a few people made some suggestions. I'm not huge on speeches. The best I've done was to go to area people. Everybody know his strengths in Toastmaster community, but critically speaking, beyond the rubrics of the judges' criteria, other technicalities are not taught during training. For instance, lighting, video, and even the stage, or something as simple as audience, knowledge of your audience, which kind of language you use. I remember I was talking with a distinguished Toastmaster Enyang, and he told me how he was using one name during his contest, an African name. And when he got to overseas, he has to change the name so that audience can understand and resonate with him. Are these things being brought to the knowledge of our contestants? You can use a local language in our palace, I will understand. But if you use it outside, will the judges understand our language? I think these are some of the salient technicalities that are missed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a deliberate act that I did 2 days ago when I posted that 2-3 days ago. I wanted to get a feedback so that I can share that information with my PQD, and then we come up with training. We cannot overemphasize this training. The question is, will people attend? Organizing it is one, which is compulsory on our own side. The second part is ensuring or inspiring, influencing our members to attend these trainings so that they can learn. I bet to tell you for free that some of those issues were raised because I've been around for the past few years now. I've attended several trainings, and the trainers will say those things. They will say it. They will say those things. And the question is, are we imbibing those things in our, when the issue really come to the contest? So, but we keep on talking, we keep on training, but we are saying that we need to step up. Leaders, division directors, area directors, club president, all of us need to step up on delivering quality speeches. And it will only come in two ways. You write your speech, rehearse, get trained, practice, look for a coach. You end that WhatsApp group, somebody said, who is coaching them? And I agree. A contestant that came for international speech at the district does not have a coach, and he's not asking for. He's not even, say, please, I need help. Because you are now at the district level, it doesn't mean that you will be a champion. I mean, you need a coach. Verity Price, because I follow her, she said she had to reach out to past world champions. In fact, the other district, within this African region that had champions in May, all those guys were students. She coached them. No, she called them clients, not students. They paid. They paid for her coaching, and they all came first in their district. I think 3 districts that she worked with, district champions, division champions that went to district, So we must take these things. Yes, division director, area director will give you support, but all these things is not just one factor. It's a combination of factors that we must put together. Our PQD is here. She's listening. She's in that Gabon. I'm sure she read those comments. They were deliberate questions that I raised, and I believe that going forward, all of us were involved in making sure we deliver quality contests from the club to the area, from the area to the division, and then district. Thank you very much, DTM Paul, for that observation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I would like to make one more recommendation. You see, we have in every setting we have talent hunts. Some of us, some people, not myself, I know people who are very gifted in knowing who a potential champion speaker is. Because a lot of time you might look at the mentor-mentee relationship. Indeed, too, some mentors are not huge on speaking, so they cannot give what they don't have. For at the level of area division, this person should be able to fish out those guys, like we look at football talents, and begin to work on them, groom them, because now it's to represent the district now, not just the club, so that collectively we can get results. Because sometimes even prop that we use, it might make sense here, but in some other client, it won't make sense. These are small, salient things that are very key from my interaction with people like you and other persons that I begin to know. So please, it's a collective thing. That's just what I can say. We can't pass the bulk, and all of us should see how we can pick up people who can speak. I went with my division director to a meeting last week, and a young lady spoke, very, very concise, poised, and historic. Such girl, somebody will have encouraged her and start working with her, and you'll be surprised what she'll be in another 2-3 years. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. You are very correct.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
so
much.
Thank you. Thank you. DTM Olu Joseph R. Contest Chair, thank you for that session. I believe at this point our division directors and area directors are equipped to run the first half. I say thank you to everyone for staying on the call to this moment. I see a number of us have dropped off. We are currently 35 on the call. It would have been nice and responsible of us to stay to the end. However, before we call on our PQD to give us the closing part of this event, this training, I would like a division director to give us a 2-minute vote of thanks before we segue to the end of this training. Which division director will want to take that turn? Division directors, are they still on the call? Okay, someone unmuted himself. Division director. Okay, I see that Division C director has unmuted herself. While she's speaking, I would like that we put on our cameras. We're going to take the photo session before we have the closing remarks from our PQD. Division C director, you have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Toastmasters. Good afternoon. And I want to just I just want to acknowledge Mr. Sonia Alana, distinguished Toastmaster Ian, distinguished Toastmaster Kayode Yusuf, immediate past district director, and the distinguished Toastmaster Olu Joseph. We do not take for granted your time and the resources, every single one of you, for sharing of your experiences, providing light and guidance to our area directors and to the division directors. Mr. Nduke Usoro, for coordinating this entire session from the very beginning till the end. We have managed to keep to time. Thank you so much to everyone for attending. To all my fellow division directors and to the area directors, I wish you the very best in this coming tenure, and we hope that by the time we have the second division directors and area directors training, we would be giving testimonies of success. Thank you so much once again on behalf of the entire district. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I always love to listen to DTM Ejira speak. Thank you. I will like to yield the floor to the biggest man in the house. If you notice, throughout the session, she had her camera on. She was actively involved in the training. Even when her camera was off, I assure you she was working behind the scene because most times we're working together. I say thank you, everyone, for staying on. And I say thank you, Ma, for this privilege to take on this responsibility. I yield the floor to you to take us home. Thank you, Ma.
What a day it has been. Oh my goodness. First, let me start by saying congratulations, Madam Chair. This is your call. One of the quotes that I live by is that he who fails to plan plans to fail. Leading up to this training, I know the planning that went into this session to make it successful. First, to get the facilitators, match them to the training topics that is their areas of strength. That's planning. Second, to ensure that we have a background that is uniform. That's planning. The third thing is to have a template that the facilitators will use. That is intentionality. And we started the training right on time. So I like to say, congratulations, distinguished Toastmaster Nduke Usoro, you and your team for successfully executing the first division and area directors training, because this is the foundation of the success that will record this mandate. Secondly, I'd like to appreciate division and area directors, their members of TRIO that are on this call. Since 9 o'clock Nigerian time, you have been here, you sat through this training. It shows that you understand what it means to serve. We truly appreciate your time. And I know that together we are going to celebrate many wins. And not just the wins, we will do it in style, because excellence is in our DNA. Everything we do, we have to be deliberate, we have to be intentional. You see the way we conducted the training. When you go back to your divisions, please replicate the same. There has to be a standard. People need to keep to time. We have to plan ahead. And you will watch your division blossom. A leader is one who knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. If you, as a division director, an area director, if you drop the ball, I can tell you most times the people, your team members, will definitely drop the ball as well. And they will tell you that, after all, I mean, it's not my father's business. Look at the division director, he's not here, he's not doing this. So when there's a training for 9, you'll be the first to appear. I like the testimony of Mubarak when he still remembered his club president when he was a sergeant at arms. What a testimony. These are the kind of things that we want to continue to showcase, a culture of excellence that is intentional. So we want to say thank you for today. We know that the trainings are not in vain. 5 hours or more is not in vain. You're going to go back and implement what you have learned. The next is your COT. The dates are already there. Please, we're also going to have a train the trainer for the trainers of your COT. We want to encourage you, please, replicate the same excellence at your division levels. And you will be the one to celebrate. We want to achieve every of our goal by April 30th, so that when we go to Cotonou, it's going to be celebration all the way. Every club every club, every area, and every division will have something to celebrate. And it starts now. So thank you so much to all of you. My love to your family members that allowed you to be here. They are the real MVPs. Your wives, your husbands, your children, please tell them that we do appreciate them. And thank you for your service. And please know that you're giving back. And that is the highest form of service. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ma. Please, can we turn on our cameras? Give us the best smile so that we take the photo.
No item 7.
We're starting from here. Please turn on your cameras. DTM Isa will guide us and we will take the photos.
DTM Isa.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Some cameras are still off. Please turn on, turn on. When we have a good number, we'll take the photo.
Bye.
DTM Isa, please tell us when you're ready for us.
DTM Isa in this room.
Isa has gone to Cotonou.
Yes. No, he's available. He's available.
Okay. I'm still here.
Oh,
are you
okay.
sure?
I am sure. 100%.
The camera is upside down.
Mr. Paul,
camera is upside down.
Mr. Paul, you are a piece of work.
All right.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Second?
It's okay. It's okay. Done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's okay?
Okay.
It's you know what they call Ajala family in Nigeria. Ajala.
Thanks for this.
Now give us song. Now give us song. We want to dance.
Isa was in Ghana. He was in Ouagadougou. He was in Gabon. Isa. Then he was in Kano again.
Of course. Isa is
a Nigerian.
He's a utility team Toastmaster.
Isa is from the Mine Society. What's that man from Mali? Those days in history that we used to read. Musa something. My son Musa in history book those days. That used to travel around the world.
And where are you